Well, welcome to Kellett. We're going to sort of stick to time. We're trying to coordinate people from around the world today, so it's really it's got to run to schedule, because we've got people beaming in at various stages from the Middle East, and then also from the UK and from the States. So it's been quite a challenge to put today together. If I just put it into context, this is a series of roundtables that have been taking place. This is the third in that series. There was the first one happened in Dubai in I think November, and then there was one in February or March at BET, and this is the third in the series. Each has taken a different headache facing education. So we're looking at this sort of whole headaches theme for the series, and it's great to be able to be hosting here at Kellett. The brains behind the whole thing is Ian Phillips, who is an old friend and colleague from we go back quite a long way. Ian was and I were on the UK Independent Schools Digital Strategy Group, which was we spent 20 years trying to get head teachers to engage with sort of digital strategy at various stages. So I suppose this is an extension of that.
It's just more of the same. We just felt that we were running conferences and they were talking about lots of things, and everyone liked coming to conferences, and it was a great lunch. But I'm not sure what we really achieved, and I've been going into a lot of independent schools now. I'm semi-retired, and finding out that we hadn't really engaged and there wasn't a significant change. So what we did, the first one in Dubai, we looked at what were the issues that schools were studying and what they were struggling with their digital headaches. We used that term just to try and describe it. And then we tried to then work out what that ecosystem looked like and what we should have. And we created a thing called the PedTech map, which I'm not sure if you've seen, but it's quite a useful thing because it's just basically something that you could put on an A3 and colour in with a red, amber, green to say what am I, and we put it into categorization like personalisation and safeguarding, and so they were like educational terms rather than IT terms, because I think that's part of the problem. And it was quite a useful exercise to start, and then we've tackled each of the components of that as they're necessary. So I think it was probably right to do AI now, because perhaps if we did it in October as we'd originally planned, Mark, it was perhaps too late. So we've pushed that in. We've got another one now in Wales in July, which is looking at learning platforms, building learning communities. Because I think we need to understand that education is a community thing, and how do we create the platform for that, even if it's just through communication. And I think relationship and communication have got to be at the centre of this, not technology. So, sorry, but I think I wanted to give you a context of why we're here, and I'm flattered that you've come this morning to take part in this, and hopefully you'll stay and contribute. I think there's one thing I can say, especially after last night: there's no wrong answers and there's no stupid questions, because I think we're all learning about this, and we need to understand what people are struggling with. So, in a sense, what we're doing with this process is we can react and respond to what you need and try and provide some advice, because I think that's the idea. So if you've got any things that come from today that you think this is something that I think all people should know, perhaps it's going to be something that Dan says or something that Niki says or something that's one of the people, and I think we need to capture that. So share that with us in whatever way you find best, because I think we're going to try and consolidate by the end of the day to some simple advice, because we know how busy everyone is, and that's why it's great that you've given up your time. If we can provide some simple advice for others, I think that's got to be useful. The term I've been using is we're sort of struggling with a digital deluge of information about AI at the moment, and how do we help people to make sense of that and take some simple steps? Okay, thank you. So I think we're going to kick off with young. We are going to kick off.
Just to say, this isn't going to be presentations all the way. This is going to be participation. Yeah, so we do hope people will join in the discussions.
Yeah, and ask those hard questions. And I think Dan won't mind you jumping in at any point. It's not like you're going to stand and give a. You're not very good at doing the presentation.
I've got a script.
Right, over to you.
Even if he's got a script,
you
jump
can
in.
introduce Dan properly.
So, I don't know if you know young Dan, but he's in demand. And we're very lucky. We were having lunch the other day, and it was Good Morning Breakfast was asking whether he could come on, and he was working out whether he could fit that in. He was on a call with people from Google last night in the middle of the night, because that's the time. So we're quite lucky to have young Dan with us today. And it will be interactive, and do challenge him, because this is part of your journey to learn about what people need, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah, thanks for that. Like I said last night, if you're going to keep calling me young Dan, we can work together full time. I'll happily do that. Can I just say I'm so glad you invited me to this meeting and not the Wales one. I'm really grateful for that.
Well, you can still come to it. It's in Newport.
No, it's great to be with you. I'm suffering from a bit of jet lag, so I didn't get any sleep last night. So if I start talking gibberish, just kind of give us a wave, and I'll go have a lie down in the back or something like that. What I want to do is, hopefully this is going to work. So when I most of my work is very kind of optimistic around artificial intelligence, and it's training teachers how to use artificial intelligence in the classroom. I do a lot of work with leadership teams in schools and organisations, getting them to think about their strategy for AI, doing some design thinking, design sprints around that, and it's very much kind of trying to overcome the fears and trying to dispel the myths. However, last night, at about 5 o'clock this morning, I had planned to do some of that, some insight into what I do, but I thought, you know what, this whole conference is about looking at what the headaches are, and as Ian said, trying to get some kind of actionable steps off the back of this that's going to help us overcome some of those hurdles, because I think we're at a point where a lot of people know the benefits, or a lot of people can see that actually this could be really good for education, could really help us transform the system into an innovative, fresh education system if we let it. But there are certain hurdles to get there. So that's what I want to look at today. First of all, though, I'm going to open up with Morgan Freeman. So over to Morgan Freeman.
What is your perception of reality? Is it the ability to capture, process, and make sense of the information our senses receive? If you can see, hear, taste, or smell something, does that make it real? Or is it simply the ability to feel? I would like to welcome you to the era of synthetic reality. Now, what do you see?
Anyone want to have a guess what he means by that? What does he mean by welcome to the era of synthetic reality? Now what do you see? Anyone?
First question, was that actually Morgan Freeman, or is that an AI generated video of Morgan Freeman?
I am not Morgan Freeman, and what you see is not real. Well, at least in contemporary terms, it is not. What if I were to tell you that I am not even a human being? Would you believe me?
Spot on. So, not Morgan Freeman. In fact, at the end there, the kind of blinking, that was the guy who was talking. So what they've done was used artificial intelligence to create the voice of Morgan Freeman and to create the image and the animation of Morgan Freeman there. When I was with the teachers here yesterday, I was showing them some examples of how teachers can do something very similar using a few very simple AI tools in about 10 minutes. What I'll do is I'll show you it in real time of how you can create an image anyway before the animation. So a lot of what I'm going to talk about and what we're going to discuss over the next hour stems from kind of what you just witnessed, really. So it's going to look at authenticity, verification, and does that matter? Okay, is that such a big deal? And we can have a discussion about that. First thing I want to do though is I want to play a game of real or fake. I've always wanted to be a quiz show presenter, so this is me living out my fantasy. Right, what we're going to do is, let's go half of the room, so down here, you're the right side of the room, the left side of the room. If you're at home watching this, then pick a side. I'm going to show you some images, and I want you to decide, so you might have to turn around and have a quick discussion with the people around you. Is it real, or is it fake? Need some music, I don't like some suspense.
Yeah, Dan, you're going to have to stand up out the way.
This is Barack Obama. Is this a real image, or is this a fake image? You've got 10 seconds.
Fake.
I reckon it's real. That's the sort of hat he used to wear on a bad day.
Is it the cafes?
So no one would recognise it.
Yeah.
Right, you're going to have to come to a team conclusion on this. So, a few more seconds.
Real with the back.
Fake. Anyone else know?
Anyone else?
Online.
Why we need a consensus?
Surrounded by real.
Fake.
Okay.
Hard to tell.
So, this group over here, are you saying real or are you saying fake?
You guys are going fake, aren't you?
Fake.
Fake?
Yeah, there's one real actually.
Four reels. We got reels here.
Are you sure? Fake? This side?
Fake.
Fake?
Yep.
Everyone agrees?
Not necessarily.
I've got some doubts. It's fake. It's completely fake.
Is that
I mean-
1-1?
Sorry?
Is that 1-1 for the side? Is that not
Yeah, it is, yeah.
But is it 1-1?
Can you keep the score, Ian?
I'll
Because
keep score.
forget that. Yeah, thank you. Next image, Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift, is that who it is? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is real or fake? 10 seconds. Discuss with your group.
Fake.
Why fake?
It's too perfect, isn't it?
No, but she is.
She is.
Was that you talking personally? I'm a fan of it.
Is it real and
I took my
touched up?
daughters here. Yeah, I did. I loved it. I loved it as much
There's
as
a thing they use about it. They come out of the events, the concert, and they can't remember what they've just written.
Okay, 5 seconds.
It's so immersive and it's so sick. Honestly.
Yeah, those big chunks.
Anyway,
That's
sorry.
real.
Did you go see Taylor Swift?
But the other real too, so.
I took my granddaughter.
Yeah, I did.
I paid it to
They've all
go.
done
Not even
that
funny.
excuse.
There was a lot of dads there though. Couldn't work that out.
You need the big reveal.
Okay. This side, real or fake?
Real.
Real? You're saying real?
No,
I'd say
Scissors
there's
fake.
this
We've got one fake. It's real. Ah, you're really good at this. Thought that might be tricky. Real or fake? 10 seconds. Go for it.
yeah.
Real.
Oh, don't lose it.
Exactly.
Why wouldn't it be? I think that's the answer.
It is.
Why
Why
would you fake it?
Shirt is a different story.
Fake. Because we can't.
Yeah.
The charm.
And that's the right shirt.
That's actually really very.
Are we going real on this side?
I'm going real.
Okay, 5 seconds.
Because it's 2-all at the moment. Yes, yes. Apart from Montenegro here, who's on their own
A
island.
mixture thereof.
Okay, this side, real or fake?
We're getting real.
Real?
Could it be a real picture with a fake jersey?
Yeah, I think it's both. Been touched up that picture, I think.
Is it AI generated or not? That's the question.
Why would you
Misinformation.
AI
Let's go with
generate
fake. Let's differentiate.
Misinformation.
of something that's real?
Because you want to tell people that you might be going to a different team.
Why?
It's real. You're really good at this. Right, real or fake?
Oh, that's real, definitely. He's down in the hood.
Yeah, he is down in
Does
there.
anyone know why I put that picture up?
Well, it was circulating. Well, there was him in a white one was circulating.
Yeah, like a
last
big
week.
white puffer jacket, wasn't it? Yeah. So the media, well, some media, news newspapers were fooled by a picture of the Pope that was completely AI generated. Yeah, and they published it as well. Again, this fooled a lot of people on the internet. When the rumours came about that Trump could be arrested about 6 weeks ago, someone used a tool called MidJourney and created this image and similar images, and obviously annoyed quite a few people who followed Trump. Unfortunately, they were completely fake, and this didn't happen.
It's a good picture.
Real or fake?
Real.
You're too good at this. Elon Musk said artificial intelligence is our biggest threat. Our biggest threat, that's quite a statement.
So that's the
First discussion question. What are the threats, or in brackets headaches, for our students and for our organisations based on what we've just been looking at? Okay. So I don't know how you want to do this conversationally. Is it just turn and talk to the person next to you? Or? Yeah. So do you want to have a few minutes with the person next to you and just think, what could be the threat for our students and our organisations as a whole around kind of this fake type of content?
I know you were comfortable. But yeah, it's a much more you've been encouraged there on the promise of some company. Well, I'll see you.
A lot of knowledge
From the idea.
I think one of the hardest ones is, right, so when people don't need to be able to change it, that's the first step. You're still in, maybe your whole what we're seeing now is calling a rapidly increasing rate source. We don't sitting with intelligence, because you can have kind of find and then you can't trust your eyes. You can't trust
what is value?
Unless you have a list and you're looking at it closely.
All of those now. Some of them are like
What doesn't show and has been taught that there's an intrinsic value in this controversy. But what does it do?
The microphone switched off.
I would put forward that the proper application of someone using today is liberal arts. Because if you think about that, if you go into ChatGPT and say, write a story about dog. First, I want you to write a story about a dog who is going on an adventure with his best friend, Tom the cat, and you start bringing in elements of other, written style, Tom Sawyer,
Yeah, but I needed to drink anymore.
start to bring in those create a picture of yesterday's topic.
Reality.
way ahead of what we're ready for. We're not, they didn't have the configuration and there's competition to say brought in somebody and there's something like this. Is this what accepted everybody's fans? They didn't do that.
Black one,
But this is all right.
more of a detailed image than the other edges. But the further you get in, the more specific you get, and it's more prompts. Right, the better the image. Like I said, when you're in church, you're going to conversation.
And no one stands still.
Having a broader depth of knowledge is going to make it more effective when you are working on do any kind of data analytics. You have to understand it's going to be a structured field to ask a proper question. It's more to what do you see that's in this chart?
Okay, can we, hopefully you've had a chance there, just have a quick conversation about that. Just before we feed back, and we'll just go around a few people, see who wants to feed back. And the idea is that this is going to be recorded, and then the actions, the steps that are going to be provided from today will be based on the conversations we're having, like Ian said. Before we do that though, I just want to show you how easy it is to make a fake image. I'm using a tool called MidJourney here, which works through something called Discord, which is essentially like a chat app. And all you do is you type in a command, so /imagine, once you're signed up to it, and then you put your prompt in. And I've already put a bit in there, so what I've done is I've told it, I want this image to appear like it's been shot on a Kodak portrait, 400, and then the frame rate and lens. So I'm being quite technical with it. And if you were here yesterday, we kind of talked about how, I think in my talk, which a lot of you might not have been here for that, how the democratization of creativity that's brought about by these tools, although it raises the floor and allows us to be able to do some amazing things creatively with AI, those with the technical skills are going to be able to get a lot more out of it. And this is an example of that, really. So, full disclosure, this is called MidJourney. Yeah. So full disclosure, I copied and pasted that from somebody else's prompt. Because if you go on Twitter or other places, people share their prompts. Some of that I don't know what it means, to be honest. But I know it produces some good images. But if you had the technical ability, if you were a photographer, trained photographer, or a trained artist, you can do so much with these tools. So although it's raising the floor, it's allowing those who've already got the technical ability when it comes to these creative skills to do so much more.
And also Dave Coplin's talk, which we shared, it's a 20-minute chat. He's used MidJourney for all the images, and it starts off, it's a joke, it's a Romulan and
Vulcan
walk into a bar. And so he typed that in, and there's the picture, and he talks about this fakeness. So I think if you want to catch up on that, because that's quite a useful tool.
Also, in my book, the AI classroom, all the images were generated using MidJourney. So yeah, which was amazing because we were able to get them just how we wanted. Yeah, it's about to tell a story there, but I might not. What we did was we hired an illustrator firstly from California, and I'm not making a judgment of this. You can make a judgment on this if you want, but we found that MidJourney was creating better images than this professional illustrator, so we decided to go with MidJourney in the end. Right, I've put Boris Johnson in there just to see what it comes up with. Can somebody give me this is quite a risky question. Can someone give me a scenario or something that Boris Johnson might be doing?
having a party.
So Boris Johnson at a party, what's he doing at the party? Or
Ice
should I
cream.
ask?
Who's Boris Johnson?
Ice cream.
Having an ice cream?
Sure.
It's a very civilised party. Is ice cream all one word or two words? One word, yes.
I'm sure it all works, yeah.
Boris Johnson at a party, eating an ice cream. Let's see what it comes up with. So it starts to say wait in the start. So what it does is it joins a queue because there's obviously thousands and thousands of people using this tool at the same time. And then it gives you a choice of 4 different images which you can then choose from. So here we go. This is the exciting part about MidJourney, is it starts to focus in as it's creating the image.
And it gives you an idea of how much work is being done on those servers wherever they are.
Here we go. I can see the ice cream.
A few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what's going on down here. Sometimes you'll get like 1 or 2 really good ones somewhere where you think, what is going on? Right, so we've got. Which one do you think is the best?
Yes,
1, 2, 3, or 4?
Not first.
Number 1? Right, so it's a weird way to hold the ice cream. But let's upscale number 1. And what it's going to do is it's going to bring that up to really high definition quality for us. There it is.
Wow.
Now, it looks like he's had about as much sleep as I have in that photo. And he's randomly eaten the bottom half of the ice cream first. I don't know what's going on here. But as you can see, but the quality of what it comes out with, you need to work with it. You need to get your prompts right. And again, if you were in my talk yesterday, I spent a bit of time talking about how you need to really hone your prompts and hone the questions that you're asking. But literally within, what was that, 30 seconds? Could it be 30 seconds? We got quite a 99% say we're there on photorealistic image of Boris Johnson. And this is off a newest version of MidJourney, which was just released a couple of weeks ago, 5.1. So let's go back to that question. What are the threats for our organisations, for our students, from this kind of realistic, deep fake, as it's known, artificial intelligence? Anyone want to jump in and go first?
I'll share one from this morning. My deputy head pastoral came in to see me this morning and said that the students were producing fake Snapchat chat lines and fake WhatsApp lines, so they could basically produce a story that, and say, we're used to them presenting us with evidence of bullying and in this sort of format, we trained them to do it, but they can now fake it. So you could come in, but you potentially got a student coming in, giving you a fake line, a fake WhatsApp chat group, and saying, "This is what's happened to me. This is the screenshot of what happened on my phone." And I find that quite worrying, because I think cyberbullying's been quite easy to deal with because you've got the audit trail, and suddenly we could end up with a fake audit trail. So I think that strikes me as something that could be a bit worrying going forward.
The meaning of trust is disappeared, isn't it?
It certainly makes it easier to cyberbully someone. One of the things you can do with MidJourney is you can actually upload a photo of someone and have it then, do things to the photo. And then you can do the same thing with Adobe Acrobat now has their AI autofill. And you can do Adobe Photoshop. And you can do the same thing in Photoshop. You can upload a picture of someone and then you can put them in a scene which they would not necessarily appreciate, right? So from a cyberbullying perspective, it actually does make it easier for people to do more advanced activities than they would have before. Previously you had to be good to draw. You had to be able to draw well. No, not so much.
And that also brings in challenges around allocations against staff by children or by parents of a member of staff that's been in a compromised place and doing something that they perhaps is not what we want staff to do.
When I was on the SLT, the secondary school, a few years ago, we had an incident where a student had simply just took the face of a teacher's photo off the website and put it on a compromised image and was sharing it around on Snapchat. And it was just a photo, you could tell it was fake, but still just that generated so much, like the whole community knew about it. It was
that proven innocence rather than innocence of proven guilt.
So if you're able to do that now and it looks actually realistic, you could damage someone's career. That leads, I think that leads on to the next question. What could we do? And I'm not necessarily saying there's answers for this, but just as a discussion, what could we do immediately? So we're talking about if we could do something tomorrow, okay? If we're not going to wait 6 months, we're not going to wait 12 months and strategize about this, but what could we do immediately that could be put in place tomorrow to mitigate these headaches that we've just been talking about? Is there anything? And I'm opening out there, is there anything we can do? So do you want to have a quick conversation with the people around? If you want to move around to have different conversations, please feel free to do so.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, I'm just playing with the images, but real images. Have trust.
I don't believe you're right.
The word trust.
I like to tell people to start expanding Hong Kong.
I don't know.
You're right. In this case, it's fascinating. We've been talking about this same thing for it's about citizenship, competency, moral person.
We won't be able to
Kids are going to be church leaders. Kids that are going to misbehave, racist behavior. And it doesn't matter what you say, you're going to find a way to do
I've been because viewpoints from multiple people, right?
You know, the impact of a person who is infected by the cycle or whatever the case may be. The impact on yourself is actually physically measurable impact of compromise and morally is not bad, but in the moment it goes wrong. And those are the ones who are going to have to faith about what we actually find.
Okay, about 10 seconds and then we'll feedback. Okay, can we regather and share some insights? If you are watching online, please do send your comments through, and Nick's going to WhatsApp them to me so we can read them out and make them part of the discussion. Thank you. What can we do if we were going to do something tomorrow? What could we do? Could we do anything? Anyone got any initial thoughts?
I think maybe just to talk to students to empower them. I mean, just in the conversation that we had here, I mean, the students are going to find out new things much earlier than me, or people like me, and it's just to open up those lines of communication and to create digital leaders or to sort of lines of communication to let us know what's happening. I mean, if it's cyberbullying that we talked about before, then there's a lot of bystanders there. And it's just illustrating those responsibilities, if you like, for people to report back.
Right. Does anyone want to build on that?
Well, I was going to say, in some ways, it's a similar conversation we've been having for a long time since we started, giving kids access to the internet, right? Mm-hmm. How do we continue to develop them, as moral and ethical people, along with, the digital citizenship teaching those ideas. AI doesn't change that. It just makes the opportunity for students to make poor decisions easier, perhaps even magnifies the impact of their poor decisions, but it doesn't change kind of things that we need to do.
Thank you. Anyone want
I think I agree that it's those moral values and ethics and instilling that and building that into this aspect of the formal curriculum, but also the informal curriculum. My first place was around email. How do you spot spam emails or fake emails? And training and awareness helps us to recognise those emails when they come into our inbox. And this is in many ways similar. We have to train staff, teachers, our organisations to have a better awareness of where this misinformation, this deep fake might come from and what it might look like. But the challenge of that is, as we've seen, creativity is operating so quickly now that new ideas, new creations, new ways of doing this are going to constantly bombard our organisations. You can't keep pace with that. So you have to go back to the first principles about where your values are.
I think it's also about consequences, isn't it? And I'm talking about punishment, consequence, the real consequences. A very close friend of mine was accused of something by a girl and ended up losing his job. And when they went to court and sorted it, he heard her walking away saying, "Oh, I never thought you would go this far," and it was because he'd marked one of her essays badly, And but what I'm saying is, she never realised the consequences of just like someone creates an image. They don't realise someone does something to a teacher which interferes with a relationship. I think understanding those conversations that you need to have with children to be able to explain to them what these consequences.
Is there something there on bringing, not just with students, but with the whole community, with parents and stakeholders?
I think what we're really thinking about within our organisation with kindergartens and schools is what do we prioritise? Because children only have 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and they have to learn multiple languages, they have to learn more knowledge so that they can prompt better in the future for AI, they have exams to balance, and they have to learn the coding and all these new technologies earlier, and ethical education takes time. So how do you actually schedule everything to the timetable? And even as parents, right, at home, what do you prioritize? When you only have an hour, 2 hours with them a day, do you focus on their Chinese writing and learning, or do you focus on their English grammar for their creative writing essay, or do you talk about ethics? Because these things is actually impactful, not at age 20, but at age 8 now, because they have access to technology so young. So I think we'll be really reconsidering, what should be education.
And I think that's a key question, because the whole point of this, as Ian said, is from the discussions here to actually have some real actionable steps. Because we could just talk generally, and there's probably no one who loves talking generally more than myself and theorising about this. But the whole point is, at the end of the day, it's to go, right, what can we action? What can we get done? And what can we do that's realistic as well, which I think is kind of what you're alluding to. So has anyone got any thoughts on that?
Well, I thought you had a super point.
Oh, thank you.
So I'm going to dump you in it.
Okay. Every time I hear us talking about AI with reference to the idea of authenticity and things like plagiarism and is it real and where does it come from, it always comes back to the Viva. So it's all about, if we ask students why, if we take the most complicated sentence that's in the essay that they've just submitted that we suspect came off ChatGPT, can they talk to it? If they've made an image online, can they explain the creative process and why those different component parts are in the picture? And if we have the conversation with them and they can tell us their thinking and talk through it as an explanation, then that's the part that's important.
No, I think 100%. Anyone?
A slightly different angle, but playing off of what was said back here, and we were talking about, focus on character, and you mentioned values. So my question is, whose values? We're in international schools where we have a range of different values, and we know that different cultures we engage with have kind of place more emphasis on different things, right? So that is a conundrum that we don't have an answer for.
I suppose, is the school values, does the school have a set of values that are like shared values?
Obviously the school will. They have communicated them to varying degrees, and we have varying degrees of engagement from different families, right? But when it comes down to like going back and saying, okay, we're gonna educate your child on this set of values, it gets to be a little bit more pointed, I think, and still up for more discussion. So that's a thing to think about.
It's interesting. I think on our table last night, Mark, we had a good chat there about whose values does this abide by and how subjective that gets. I think it's a real issue.
I think talking about the parent piece, even just sort of what you just showed us there with the photographs, I think it's demystifying it for them as well, so they understand what they're looking for and what their children are doing. We all know that children know a lot more than we do about it, and we're in the education piece, so what about the parents that don't know about this? So I do think there needs to be some kind of education for our parents.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I saw a great example on LinkedIn the other day. I think it was a school in London who they did a full day with their students. They were primary age, and they showed them how to generate art with AI, showed them kind of what AI was, and then they did a parents' evening later on the day where the children actually showed their parents how to do it and taught the parents how to do it, and there was pictures shared, but just from the pictures you could almost see the amazement on the parents' faces as the 4-year-old child was teaching them how to use artificial intelligence.
I thought it was a really interesting point that you made about priorities, though, and I think that goes down to the conversation. And I said the next one we're going to do is about learning communities. I think being able to have those conversations with teachers to be able to help find out what is the right thing that you should be focusing on, and taking advice and working together with other parents. I think it's the only way to come to answers with that.
And even looking at the assessments.
Yeah,
what do we assess in?
But sometimes we assess in the short term when there are long-term outcomes, and we need to be looking at more longer-term outcomes. And if we can picture what these young people are going to look like in 15, 20 years' time, and what building blocks we're putting in place at this point, I think that might something so.
I used to be a religious studies teacher in a former life almost, and one of the interesting ways in which the thing about teaching religious studies is that there are no right and wrong answers. You're dealing with uncertainty, and you're dealing with differences of opinion as a way forward. And the framework which we work within theology religious studies is around sort of knowledge, understanding and evaluation. Knowledge is actually very low value in terms of the way that skills framework operates. So going to your point, it's about confirming understanding, but also I think it's about discernment. It's about giving young people the skills to actually evaluate. When we've done this before, we know with on a lesser scale, with not to accept the first Google answer that comes up. We've been living with that for the last decade or so. I think this is going to take it to the next level. We've got to teach young people to be a little bit more I don't know, I suppose. They've got to question. They've got to be less trusting. They've got to, you've got to look for the clues. In terms of how things break down, and that ability to evaluate and see the value of a piece of information or a photograph or whatever is going to become really important, because the sort of Prince Andrew photo with his arm round it, those sorts of not getting into whether that was a fake or not, but those sorts of photographs are going to be around, and they're going to challenge us in schools. From a safeguarding point of view, we're going to be presented with fake information, and we need to have that discernment. So I think the point that somebody made about the consequences of those actions, I think is quite important too. So saying, look, so we've got to have this evaluation so I can weigh it up, but also whatever the value system is, you've still got to come down to there are consequences for your behaviours in all value systems. So we've got to somehow build that in. And we're going to have to move quite fast on some of it. I mean, I think your question, what can we do now, is really quite important.
I think finding words is really critical. Like you used the word discerning. I've done some work with Stonyhurst on their mission, and one of the things they wanted the young people to be discerning. There's another one, the XP school. It wants the cracker motto of the XP school is beyond compassion, and they want children to be kind. And I think in a world where we've been driven by assessments, and we're talking about artificial intelligence, and we're talking about technology, to set real goals that we can measure, I think would be a good thing, to put these words into our mission statements and put them into our policies and to measure them. I think that's got to be the way forward. I think that's the only way we deal with this.
Ivan, who's joining us online, has echoed a lot of this. He says, for me, unless there's a global regulation of AI-generated content, he's put in brackets, unlikely, we cannot prevent misinformation, deep fakes, etc. from emerging. Instead, we could focus efforts on teaching young and old people skills of critical thinking, skepticism, the background knowledge that allow text and images to be properly contextualized, and encourage them to become informed about the way the world really is. Sorry, that was Johnny who said that. Ivan said, lots of conversations with staff, kids and parents explain how AI can be used for good outside of school. The AI providers and or regulators need to signpost what is and is not AI generated. It's really interesting because I put a slide right at the end, which was this, and I think it's the idea of like big tech are in control at the moment, essentially, and we've got a lot of lessons to learn from letting big tech have control, especially when it comes to the lessons of social media. In the UK, we've just had the social media regulations come in, which is 20 years after social media first kind of really became a thing. So can we rely on big tech? Can we trust? And I think that it's interesting, that element of trust, because when I was set up the title for this talk, I was talking about trust of the information we were getting from generated AI. But then I think, Mark, you brought the conversation on very quickly to, can we trust the people as well? And then I think there's also a trust element here of the regulators, because I don't know about you, but I think government acts too slow. I know especially in the UK, because I've been working with the Department for Education in the UK, they are moving a lot faster than they would normally, or they seem to be anyway, around this. But I don't know about you, but when I see kind of big tech CEOs sat in front of Congress in America, and you've got all these people asking them questions who don't really understand the technology themselves, I don't know if I fully trust government to make wise decisions or future-focused decisions around it. So I think it's interesting. I just said the word trust again as well. I think it seems to be a central facet here. But I think the point I'm trying to make is we have to get on with it ourselves. And I suppose that's the point of today. And I was at Epsom College in Surrey a few weeks ago, where Sir Anthony Selden brought a letter to the Times pretty much saying we need to, as schools, come together and provide guidance as well. So I think as educators, we are kind of waking up to this. My concern is that it seems to be coming from the independent school side of things a lot at the moment. And I'm from a secondary school background, and I'm really kind of thinking we need to wake up the whole education sector to this. We need to, because there's not many rumblings in that side of the sector at all.
One of the things, Anthony, you talk about in the big tech, you're talking about regulated industry rather than what about all of the unregulated industries. And we talk about trust, honesty as well is something that comes to my mind. And it depends which government you're talking of as well, because not all governments working and honest, and we it's interesting, and try to influence what their population and what their children learn and how that. It's
interesting. There's a lot of just to bring an example to that as well. There's a lot of legal systems around the world trying to get to grips with copyright, especially with image generation. And I think it was just yesterday that the Japanese government just made a blanket decision to say any images that are used to train AI will not fall under the same copyright rules. So essentially use what you want to use to train the AI.
Which is kind of an amping up of the AI arms race, if you will.
Mm.
Because now Japan has basically said we're going to, so that we can continue to advance at a faster pace, we're not going to bother with copyright.
Yeah. So it comes back to whose values, doesn't it? It comes back to
And I think the absence of regulation anywhere else, what you're left with is the amount of trust that you have in the individual child or student, and how much do they have the self-awareness, a sense of their own sense of purpose, their own sense of agency for what they're doing with all of this technology at their fingertips, and why. And so that becomes the default. How much can we rely on the strength of their values when we don't have the other systems in place that would do any of that heavy lifting for them?
And it goes back to the consumer. Who is the consumer?
Exactly.
Yeah. How is this being consumed?
Especially when you have some kids who are using AI to get ahead and they are achieving the outcomes we've established we want kids to achieve, right? Getting good marks in school, going to a good university. If those kids are using if their kids are using AI to achieve those things that we've identified as the goal, it's going to be hard to keep the ethical kids away from wanting to do the same.
Yeah, when I was at school, which was a long time ago, they brought in programmable calculators, and the exam boards were behind the curve on programmable calculators at this time. This was probably in the days when Ian did his A-levels. But I remember the guys in my years and the years above the really clever kids could program all of the formulae into their programmable calculator and just walked into the exam and basically just pressed play, sort of thing. Whereas the rest of us that weren't quite so good at this stuff actually had to sit there and do the maths. And I think we're at that stage at the moment where we're behind the curve once again. The technology's advanced beyond where we are within education and society, and we can't, we haven't got the guardrails in place to say, well, we need to control this, or at least have a framework for it.
And even the big corporations are losing control. Yesterday also, the UAE released their 40 billion token model that they've been developing, which currently outperforms Llama, which is the model that was released by Meta. So, as more and more of these open source models become publicly and easily available to people, the ability to regulate and control is going to continue to decrease. So it'll be even more important to instill in people, morals, ethics.
Yeah, I think returning to kind of the weight that we're putting on the individual student as well. I don't know if anyone's seen the Republican Party in America put together an advert against Biden essentially, but they used AI generated images within that advert. This
just in, we can now call the 2024 presidential race for Joe Biden. This morning, an emboldened China invades Taiwan. Financial markets are in free fall as 500 regional banks have shuttered their doors.
Border agents were overrun by a surge of 80,000 illegals yesterday evening.
Officials closed the city of San Francisco this morning, citing the escalating crime and fentanyl crisis. Who's in charge here? It feels like the train is coming off the tracks.
So, AI generated images showing Biden in despair. It's not a real image, and artificially generated images to show what, if Biden gets in, what they think is going to happen, and world politics. Didn't disclaim or didn't put it in big writing that a lot of this was AI generated, and people see that, and it filters in, even if you're not paying attention, doesn't it? It filters in. You see an image of Biden in despair, you see images of China invading Taiwan, even though they're not real images, but it forms part of what we take notice of. And I suppose that question, it's not just our children, is it? It's us, it's the society around them as well. that could be duped in a big way. And again, it's nothing new. We've seen it with social media and in recent elections.
Have there been efforts to from corporations and stuff to put digital watermarks on deepfakes and things like that that will tell somebody whether this is a deepfake or whether it's not, and kind of how successful that is, and whether people can get around the watermark and put their own watermark on it, which is false in a sense. So I just wondered if anybody who's from a tech background knows kind of how successful that is.
There is. Is it? There is a company. It might be. Is it Intel? Actually, it might. It's one of the big tech companies have produced a way to read. I think it's to sense blood flow in the face, because actually when a real person, when they're talking, they're able to it's able to learn where the blood has flown, and with an AI generated image, they can sense that it doesn't have that same blood flow.
Right.
So there's some clever ways that some companies are trying to get around it. But yeah, I think Sam Altman, who's the CEO of OpenAI, who created ChatGPT, is openly calling for regulation of watermark, and he's said a few times that they want to kind of watermark their content as well.
You could do some sort of digital certificate steganography, where you build in, like the digital, like you do with like a checksum value on a photograph. You could build that into the unused bits within an image. Would be one way to do it. Some people are exploring, but then you've got to really, build out the environment to support that, and that'd be it'll take time.
This is also the least sophisticated version of AI we're ever going to see. Yeah. So this is all behind the curve thinking, right? Because it's only going to grow more sophisticated, and there's a great deal of money and energy behind creating ever more sophisticated content of various different types.
Content's a tricky word, really, because it probably going to be more solutions, because content now can be scraped from anywhere, and I think that's the problem, because you were mentioning that with version 5, GPT-5, which is already being developed, the potential there is enormous, isn't it?
Yeah, and beyond that as well, yeah, of where this could go. I think I've spoke a few times over the last few days, so I don't know if I'm just repeating myself with some of the stuff I said, but the Greg Brockman, who's the co-founder of OpenAI, said that by February next year, the technology that we're using now, which is some of the most innovative technology we've ever used, is going to be quaint and antiquated. It's essentially going to be out of date, because he knows what they're working on. He knows, and I think, Mark, you said yesterday about GPT-3 being available from 2020. And so the technology we're using now is old, and they know what's coming next. And I guess that's why they're saying we need regulation. Otherwise, like you say, we're in that arms race where we can't really slow down, because Google are going to get ahead of us, or another country's going to get ahead of us. I think the one, I suppose I'll end on this. I was going to go into some of the creativity around verification, but I just want to quickly mention, just because it's a bit of a something that really annoys me, to be honest, but it fits in with this, is the whole idea of detectors. So ChatGPT detectors. A lot of them have popped up recently, and some universities, colleges, schools have started using them as well, with a lot of negative impact. I'm not a fan of them, simply because I think they produce a lot of false results, and some students are being penalised. So this is just a selection of a few posts. So people, this is not education, but this is somebody who works in copywriting being sacked because ChatGPT detector said that their copy was AI generated and it wasn't. Here's somebody who accused within their course of producing AI generated work, and they weren't. And this is a bit closer to home. I was tagged in this LinkedIn, somebody I met in London at a conference a few weeks ago. And it's interesting because we were talking about it. Then she got home and her son had been accused by his teacher of using AI to generate content, and he actually hadn't. And she was thinking, well, what do I do here? How do I explain this to the school? I think I'm kind of flagging this because I think there's some things that appear to be easy solutions out there, and just an AI tool comes up, oh, there's an AI detector tool as well, so we'll just use that and cancel it out. And I suppose what it is, it's a symptom of lack of knowledge, really, lack of awareness, and lack of really knowing how this technology works. And I think it goes back to how do we build digital literacy, not just in our students, not just in our parents, but within our staff as well, to know what's actually authentic and what works, what doesn't work, and having that ability to know.
I'm just going to present my ignorance, and I was really interested in what you said behind here about you can scrape content from anywhere.
Yeah.
And is there a point where information, data begins to go back behind firewalls so that where you scrape that content from begins to reduce? Because we've had that enormous explosion of information that's free source out there across the internet. Is there a point where Harvard, etc., start to close in on some of their data to block this out and to stop it being able to harvest from and scrape from absolutely anywhere?
It's interesting. I know, I'm not sure on the capabilities of that, but I know from the other point of view, there are some companies that are going, right, we're only going to use ethically sourced data. So for example, Adobe in their image generation, they're using stock images. So they buy into stock images and use that, and they're getting some amazing results. Like I think you mentioned in the autofill before, some of the results are now better than MidJourney. And they're using ethical way to do this. So much so that Google needed an image generator and have decided just to partner with Adobe because of how they're approaching it, and now we're integrating Adobe's image generation into some of their tools. So I think the other way around. But again, it's up to the tech company to decide whether they want to be ethical or not. From the other point of view, I don't know. Does somebody else have a view on that? Will we become more closed over intellectual property? I don't know. I don't know if we can answer that now or not. But
the question is that a lot of the stuff for ChatGPT comes from Reddit, doesn't it? And so, Reddit is one of the sources, and there's obviously an element of sarcasm. Some people call it sarcasm central. So if you're scraping that to get content. The other point is I was talking to Will, the creative arts director here, who makes a lot of music content himself, and he was saying, well, obviously, if you can just generate this, his ability, he said he's going to sell it all quick because there'll be a point where no one will want to buy it because you can just use a tool to do it. And that's a scary thing for companies who've been spending all their time building content.
Yeah. It will be interesting to see how it plays out in courts. If you're an artist and you go to art school, you study all of the great masters and you look at various works of art all around the world, and that becomes the inspiration for what you do. What's the difference between someone being inspired by art and AI being trained on art to then create something new? As a student, you were trained on the art that someone else had done before you. As a musician, you listened to the music of everyone who came before you. You learned, how to play by listening to other people play. What's the difference between you doing that and AI listening and doing the same? It'd be interesting.
It's really interesting because there was an interview with the founder of Stable Diffusion, an AI company. He pretty much made a very similar point where he said, we can scrape in, so we essentially train AI to go get lots of information, lots of images from online. He said, actually, if we designed a robot to walk down the street past lots of art in windows and trained it to read books, it's very similar. We're just using a different kind of medium to get the information into the AI. But I suppose the point you're making, would that be more an authentic way? But actually, it's just the medium that's changing. It's not the method. Yeah, interesting question. We're gonna wrap up there because that's the end of the hour. I think we've got a 10-minute break.
Yeah.
And then.
But is there a way that we could draw? Is there anything that anyone thinks that from what we've said there would be something that we could conclude as a next step for advising whether it's a parent or a principal or teachers. Yeah, we could ask ChatGPT. But is there anything that anyone feels as they could draw? Or perhaps we could even just discuss that over our little 10-minute break, and perhaps discuss it when we come back. That might be useful as a start just before Niki starts. Is that a good idea?
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks. And thank you very much, Dan. So I don't know if everyone's not here, but it doesn't matter. We'll ease into this. So Anshul Sonak is one of the guys who's produced a short video, which is on the LinkedIn channel for you to look at. And Anshul obviously couldn't come, but he felt that Niki would be a fantastic replacement, or because Niki's one of the master trainers for AI and is working with not schools but more national level, isn't it? You work with governments and trying to train because they have a curriculum that Niki will talk to you about, which people could take advantage of to be able to train their staff and obviously then use with the children. Okay, enough?
Yeah, perfect.
Niki Lee.
Right, thank you. Good morning to everyone. I hope my voice is projectable and audible by the online audience. And those at the back, oh, perfect. Right, that's great. Right, so good morning to everyone. I'm Niki. I'm from Singapore, and I'll be sharing about the AI Digital Readiness program, right, called AI for Youth, and how it ties in with the theme of how educators, each and everyone in this room, play such an important role and an ever increasingly important role in AI skilling, right, for each and every one of us. So I heard the word demystify earlier, right, I think from the ladies at the back as well. So that is a very important first step that educators ourselves should take towards having our youth, right, having the population move forward with AI technology. And I think there is no doubt that as we advance or we carry on our daily lives, right, AI is going to be even more prevalent in our everyday activities. Alright, so to begin with, let's start from ourselves. So over here, I'll pass around some post-its and maybe with the help of students, right? And I would like you to rate yourself or rate your understanding of artificial intelligence from 1 to 5. So you can just take a quick read at the screen. I'll get the post-its.
What works?
I'll pass the pen out.
We can share. Yeah.
Very comfortable sitting at my end of the
I would like to use this as a way to open up the conversation and first know our positioning or what we think about our own knowledge or own understanding of this topic.
You're low down. So
you can just find a quick number on the
I don't like the word experience, especially when it comes to AI.
It's dangerous, isn't it?
Yeah. It's like
the boundaries of everything. People running after it, all the rest of it.
I'd like to see if there are any of us who are subject matter experts in this room. Alright, so everyone done? Everyone needs a bit more time? All good? Alright, so with that number that you have on a piece of paper, right, I'd like everyone to take maybe 2 to 3 minutes, right? Talk to the person who is next to you about why do you give this score to yourself, and understand from the person beside you on the rationale of the score as well. So for the online audience, please go ahead and do this as well. Right, I'll have my phone on to address any questions.
I was going to
I do a lot playing with figuring out how well, for me, working on how we're incorporating education
Alright, so I think we can close the conversation. Let's close the conversation slowly and get back to the discussion. So I think everyone has found time, right,
Thank you everyone.
Thank you everyone for the discussion, and I think everyone is quite in and deep into the conversation with the people beside you and around you. So this session will be meant for us to also understand ourselves, our positioning first, before speaking with others as well, to understand in this whole ecosystem of educators, right, or even from different parts of the world, how the synergy comes together really to bring about this demystification of artificial intelligence and eventually AI skilling, right, for the youth of today. Right, so anyone wants to share their how they rate themselves as well as a reason for it, or you can share the score that the person you spoke to mentioned.
I think I know a little bit more than maybe the majority of the population, but not much. And I think the majority of the population probably aren't even at 1. So yeah, I feel a little bit sort of informed, but not brilliantly so. I guess that's one of the reasons I'm here, actually.
Yeah. I did a 2 for similar reasons, in that I've got a basic understanding, but it's very much driven by being a prep head. So I'm really only interested at the moment in what is it going to do for my school, my curriculum, my teachers. So I think that I haven't got the breadth. I'm just really focusing and concentrating on what does this mean for us right now. So that's why I'm just a 2. Not just a 2, a 2.
Yeah. Be proud of you too.
Yeah.
Be proud of it.
So I think what we want to share as a first immediate step for everyone is how does it look like for you from a 1 to a 2, from a 2 to a 3, or even for those who mentioned 5, right? From a 5 to even 6 and above. Right? So over here, I'll just introduce myself. So my name is Niki, and I'm from Singapore, the lead coach of the Intel AI for Youth program, and also the implementation head for Singapore. So our office is based out of United World College, Singapore. So it's something like an international school as well, and we see a beautiful melting pot of students from all around the world coming together and learning different skills and hands-on education. So that is really what grounds the approach towards AI skilling, and we believe that through sharing such examples of how we empower youth around the world and even their educators to make a first step towards AI demystification. So I also won the Intel AI Shapers Award, which also helps me to ground the understanding of how education or how digital skilling looks like around the world, and moving away from a traditional mindset towards grading and assessment. How can we take shape of AI education in a subject, as part of a subject, or as just part of the whole education experience for students? So I also have a global approach to training. I've also done these trainings in multiple parts of the world, right? And this is something that we can share, and also hopefully to understand from yourselves as well. How does AI skilling, or how does this journey look like for yourself, for your teachers, as well as for your youth? Right, so this is the future of artificial intelligence. As you can see, that it forms the basic backbone of a lot of technologies that we use today. And there's a big spectrum. Right? Generative AI is the one that is more prominent nowadays because of the prevalence and the ease to use. Right? Accessibility is high. But there are many forms of artificial intelligence that exist, which maybe we don't really actively engage in. However, it's a passive engagement. Right? And also the moving goalpost, meaning that every other day we see AI evolve. There are different types of technologies that we can get our hands on and use, that we educate or facilitate in discussions, get their hands on. More often than not, they get their hands on the technologies first before we even start knowing about these. And we only know about these maybe when there are some maybe complaints or issues which arise from the kind of discussions or work that happens. Right, so we've been hearing a lot about the headaches and the challenges in which an AI educator, or at least educators like us, face when engaged with AI. Right, so we want to also see what positives can we bring out of a digital skilling, right, AI program bring for youth. Okay, so on the same piece of paper, where you can flip to the back, and we'll start off with what is the biggest pain you have when it comes to AI skilling. Okay, so you can just write down succinctly, in just maybe one line, right, what do you feel is the biggest pain point?
Niki, do you mean for ourselves or for?
Oh, for yourself.
For ourselves.
Yes, for yourself. Right, and maybe we can get someone to share what is their biggest pain point in AI skilling.
For mine is keeping pace with the rate of change. It's happening so fast. Feeling like you're keeping up to speed on what AI can do and where it's going next at the moment is hard.
Does anyone share a similar biggest pain point? You could raise it.
When I think of like working with the teachers and the students and just general assessment policies and practices that we have right now, I think obviously that's going to have to completely change, and my pain is like not having a clearly defined endpoint for that. Like, so what is, you know, what are we hoping our students can do it at the end, right, with this, and you know, prepare them for life basically. So really unclear of where we're going. Yes.
Yes. And what Michael said about the what was a very important point is where's the end point, or how do we look at and understand, moving from the knowledge, right, to understanding and to practicing, which is doing. How can we see some outcomes from ourselves and from the students and youth that we engage with? Anyone else would like to share maybe a pain point which might be important?
For me as a school leader, I think it's around time and my own capacity to really engage with this, because there's a sense of responsibility that you have to do something, because you are the person that leads policy, leads processes, leads others, and to do that responsibly, and yet I'm so far behind the ground.
For me, it's fear of making a mistake.
You have to elaborate a bit more on that.
Yeah. I just need more skills. It's about education, isn't it, really?
So I think a common point is that this AI skilling journey really starts from ourselves, and the approach that we take in the AI for Youth program is we work with governments as partners, and we scale the program across for the whole education system in countries. So we don't look at one silo of an education system, for example, maybe private schools, but we look at the mainstream education schools as well, right? And in Singapore, can share some examples of how from secondary schools, from an 8-year-old, right, you take the AI journey, right, to secondary school, which is the K-12 education system, tertiary education, and beyond as well, right, into the workforce. So over here, there's...
Can I just add one thing? I think the other thing is we're all time poor. Everyone in this room is time poor. And this seems like a big ask. And I think one of the things that people struggle with in education is efficacy. If you feel you can't do it, then you don't try. And if the task is too big and it's not broken down into small chunks, then that's something I think that interferes with that start. But you're going to tell us how we can do that, aren't you?
So yes, I think what Ian mentioned about being time poor, right? We all have busy schedules, right? We meet students with marking to do administrative work, and our families to spend time with. And our approach is working with different governments again to institute or to acknowledge that AI skilling is important for each and every one of its citizens, right? From educators to the youth, and then to enact, right, different measures and different programs that can be used and infusing AI into subjects rather than AI maybe as a standalone pillar as well. So these are some of the pain points that we see in the global landscape when it comes to AI skilling programs. So maybe to the audience as well, looking at these, maybe which one would resonate with you most? And we can maybe have a discussion around that.
But one of the ones that we have in Hong Kong, right, is not having access to all of the tools that are available right now. There are certain things which, for example, OpenAI has locked access to ChatGPT, blocking Chinese countries from getting access. I think that is one thing which kind of slows down the adoption, or at least our own exploration into these areas, is that there are some hurdles we have to work through.
Anyone else will share the same concerns or same pain points? Maybe as educators, are there some methods or ways that you are engaging youth in such conversations, even with such restrictions?
Absolutely. Actually, it's the students who figured out ways around all the blocks. Showing with someone earlier, we were talking about this earlier. TikTok's banned in Hong Kong, but show me a teenage student that doesn't have access to TikTok in some form or fashion, right? They found ways around it, which so our students are definitely using AI and playing with it on a regular basis.
Right. So I think from this point we can build on and also understand or acknowledge, that youth are going to have access to these tools no matter what. Right? It's either that they explore it on their own, or as educators we introduce the ethics and the morality behind such decisions they make. Because we know that youth today, they are the users of this technology, but in the future, they might be the creators of such technology as well. And where do we ground them in the first touch point with ethics and the appreciation or understanding of even the most granular consequences of the actions is through AI skilling with the facilitation of educators. So over here, we do see that there's different ways that we can engage youth in such conversations. And in the AI for Youth program, we have the high-tech, high-touch approach to demystification of artificial intelligence. So the meaning of high-tech and high-touch will involve the educator as the facilitator of discussions and youth will be creating their own knowledge, understanding, and a very key word that was mentioned earlier, which is the discernment of these technologies amongst themselves. Right? And the educators will play an important role in promoting the discussion of not only honing the technical skills in artificial intelligence, but also, more importantly, the social skills, which we will be elaborating on later as well. Right, so in the picture, you can see over here, this is a group of students, right? They are ranged from the age of 12 years old to 16 years old, right, in a classroom where they are engaging in artificial intelligence lessons. And we can see from there, they're holding some posters. So that was actually their final presentation after going through 56 hours of an AI program in their school. So this program also fosters the different inclusivity, and we can see that many female students, right, are also enthusiastically participating in such lessons on giving that kind of input as well. So for student outcomes, how we will measure and understand this is through the principles of knowing. Right? You can know, but of course it's not where it ends. Right? And after knowing, they'll understand how applicable these technologies are in their daily lives. And lastly, the do portion, which is something that I would explain or focus more on in this presentation and discussion. So over here you can see that this is a project that was done by Green Ambassadors in the school. So as Green Ambassadors, their role is to promote maybe sustainability and recycling within their communities, and teachers often empower students by giving them such positions. So maybe in your school, are there some roles that might exist which give students that kind of responsibility in their class or level? Anyone would like to share? Are there some roles that students are given?
I'll give one. We in our secondary campus we have as many as student leadership teams, and we have developed a range of portfolios that students work on and take responsibility for and drive forward across the school community. And they share, they have committees, and they share roles and responsibilities and also actions.
Yeah. Okay. So in this, right, we can see that Green Ambassadors, so these two Green Ambassadors were in this class, and they went through this program, right? They decided to do something a bit different. So what they did was to experiment with using machine learning, right, to sort or to promote recycling within their school. And at the first thought, we will think, computer vision, like trying to recognize an image or an item, and then giving an output. Right? But they took a different approach to this. Right? And they understood that different bottles, right? If we talk about recycling bottles, plastics, right? They have different colors, they might have different shapes. If you crush a plastic bottle, it definitely looks different from a bottle that is not crushed. Right? And so what they experimented with is using sound, right? Different sounds that these recyclable items make to actually sort these recyclables, right, for students. So the sound of crushing plastic, maybe you can picture in your head. Right, it differed from the sound of crushing metal and the sound of crushing paper. So they used that to create a prototype, which they actually did to win the award in the Intel AI Global Impact Festival. Right, it's a stage for them to showcase projects. So now they're scaling this project up further in their school and also hopefully across the nation in Singapore as well. So these are some ways that we see outcomes of learners, not only through learning or going through an AI program to demystify artificial intelligence, but also put their knowledge into a social topic or social issue that is close to them and related to their positions as Green Ambassadors as well. So over here I will show you another video. So we see success in different Asian countries as well. Right, in Thailand, these students won the prize for the global award for the Intel Global Impact Festival for this project, which looked at telehealth. I'll play a video real quick. So in this video, we see youth actually creating a prototype, right, based on understanding of certain problems that exist within their own communities locally, or even international problems, right, which they see. So our program is grounded in that social impact portion, which students actually in turn, right, build their own capacity and work on it, given a fundamental demystification and understanding of how AI can be part of a solution to a problem. So I think before we move on to myself sharing about the program, right, anyone has any discussions or questions that maybe you'd like to share at this point in time?
I'm interested in how much young people are learning how it all works, rather than how to just do it. You know, I think so much of the ethical aspects of it come out from understanding how it works. You know, how data sets work, how they can be biased and all the rest of it. And I'm wondering whether that sort of AI awareness education isn't, you know, how much of that is going on, as opposed to how to use the tools.
Right. Yes, great question over there. And I think that will lead to the next portion.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Right, it goes to, I'll jump quick to this. Anyone any questions before we move on? No? All good? Right, so I think you're eager to see the program as well. So this is the AI for Youth program. So again, we partner with governments around the world to have this program at scale across the country and different regions. So later we'll share a bit more about student outcomes and how these winners or even students who created the AI project with their social impact can actually present their work or continue to develop their work independently after the program on their end. Right. So we focus on these three areas, right? First, to understand artificial intelligence, use the tool sets, and also create solutions. But I think what you're more interested in will be the skilling journey of a student through the program. So we adopt this 5-stage skilling journey, starting from demystifying artificial intelligence, right, which we talk about fundamentally what's the difference between artificial intelligence and automation. I think that is one really huge misconception that students or even learners and educators have, right, when it comes to different forms of technology. And moving on to Inspire, where we talk about data, right, fundamentally as a key topic, right, with ethics on how or where does this data come from, and to demystify this artificial intelligence system, which you usually see as an input going into a mystery system and giving you an output. So the students will go through the process of understanding what goes on in the decision-making process, as well as if you give the machine learning model perhaps a set of data that is jumbled up or not so accurate, right? What kind of potential consequences will you get from an output? And furthermore, what kind of social or ethical concerns will such a system that you built constitute in a community or in a real world setting? So moving on from there, right, we introduce students to something called no-code tools. Anyone has heard or know of no-code tools? What are some no-code tools that you might use in your daily lives or your classroom?
Airtable?
Right, Airtable. So anyone else? Alright, so no-code tools will be the opposite spectrum of coding, right? Building AI through code. And we often associate artificial intelligence with coding skills. And in this day and age, we have evolved and moved past the stage of needing to have that coding skills, right? Python, C, Java, things like this, to be able to use drag and drop functions to build a machine learning model or to build artificial intelligence within 10 minutes or even less. So we have reached the stage in our development of these open source tools which we are able to create such big, impactful projects. So we see it in two ways, right? These tools can be used for good and for bad, and the educator as a centric portion in the high-tech, high-touch approach will be the one that will facilitate the discovery and discussions throughout these sessions. And then moving on from that, we focus on certain portions of using online tools, coding, and in Empower stage, And what it means is to build that capacity within students to deliver and create that social impact projects. So we move on to this. I'll just contextualize it a bit. That students are in the class somewhat, and they are pictured like this. So anyone wants to describe this picture here?
Working on some sort of robotics programming thing.
Some sort of collaboration and working together, although I can't see what's going on in the middle.
Okay. It's a highly cropped image. Okay. Anyone else? Any differing thoughts? Okay. So yes, over here you can see students that are actually working on an open source technology which allows them to use a smartphone as the main controller for an artificial intelligence program. So the smartphone is used to control the vehicle's movement, and they have actually trained that vehicle on a self-driving car policy which allows them to navigate a certain obstacle course. That's why they're on the floor. So yeah, so the context as well is their vehicle broke down in the middle of the circuit, and they're actually doing some troubleshooting as a team. So we engage. This is just a small snapshot of the team, but throughout the whole program, we emphasize on student-based learning, right, student outcomes, and we can give them a big overarching view of maybe what are some outcomes or some tasks, some goals of the task, but it's for them to be creative, innovative, and also critical thinkers throughout the whole process of achieving the task. So just to give a bit of context as well, the students first understood how data is important in creating self-driving policy, right? The kind of road data you collect, the obstacles that are on the road, when you stop, when you move, things like this. And then after that, they built that machine learning algorithm on the phone, which can detect obstacles and do the necessary actions, right? So this also promotes social skills, right? And that is what we will be looking at as well. So just to give a quick overview across the 5 stages of the program, we focus on different sets of social skills and also technical skills. And more importantly, we see the social skills that apply across both tech and ethics first approach, where we're discussing or having outcomes on ethics based on real world settings and also experimentation and learning. Right, so moving on from working in groups to organization and collaboration to building that social impact project that will apply within their own community or country and even beyond. Right, but of course, on the technical skills, we no doubt acknowledge that it's important because we are preparing the youth for a future job that may not even exist today. And we know that moving forward in 5 to 10 years' time, right, new jobs will appear, new technology will appear, and we want youth to understand the fundamentals, but also be at the edge of what is the frontiers of new technology that the current industry is charting globally. Not just within one country, not regionally, but globally. So, of course, we focus on even the basics, right, even on mathematics, data, and machine learning. And then it moves on to different domains of artificial intelligence, where SD will represent statistical data, so predictions, NLP for natural language processing, and CV for computer vision. So these are the different areas. So here we'll open up, right? So we talk about going through this whole process of fostering the skills that are required, and it starts basically from the educators. We don't need to be we won't be the ones who are directly implementing or executing the program, because to have that great foresight, you see how these kind of skills are important for each and every educator or each and every teacher in your team, in your school, or in your district, right, who will be enacting or executing such initiatives or programs for their own students. Right? So on a policy level, on a government level, we're looking at which skills fit an audience the best or most aptly, and then charting that high-tech, high-touch approach to digital skilling for youth. So over here we can have a discussion, right? After sharing about how this program we see in a global landscape, right, has also been useful for students and educators alike. Right? So based on that, yes. So I talked about technical skills as well as the social skills that I think over the past 2 days we have been emphasizing on the importance of ethics, considerations, consequences, and building that social morals as well. So with the technical skills and social skills which the industry sees as specifically important, right, in the future workforce, this as educators is where we first start and ground the approach to building that capacity within students to be able to discern and also learn how to learn in the future of their work or education. So moving forward, at the end of this, we can see that students also have the opportunity to showcase their projects. So just give Singapore as an example over here. So because I do lead these operations as well in Singapore. So this team over here, they won the festival, the Intel Global Impact Festival competition last year. And we can see that what they did was the youth, they first started off as non-technical audience, right? As 13-year-old non-technical audience being in school, going through the program, they had an interest in healthcare. They wanted to move into biomedical engineering, healthcare, nursing, and such fields. So they looked into the aspect or domain of healthcare, right? And what they did was they identified or they knew their grandparents had disability or some issues walking. So what they did was to understand maybe even the trip to a hospital could be quite a long one, just to see a doctor or just to go through a regular health checkup. So their interest and motivation led them to read up or discover more about such technologies related to telemedicine and telehealthcare. And what was more striking and prominent was that we know that in countries like Singapore, Hong Kong, right, transport is convenient, it's easy and accessible. Right? A trip to a hospital could just be seamlessly done with a taxi or a public transport even. But they were thinking about in rural countries and other areas which do not have such accessibility, how can they imagine or reimagine the future of telehealth in such areas? So they read up and they knew that maybe internet connectivity at a decent level is present, right, in such countries, and they approached it through artificial intelligence by tracking certain postures and movement of a person, and from there using machine learning, using data to analyze the movements of the body and be able to make some predictions on the health outcomes or the condition of the people that they are doing the test for. Right? So we see that even beyond that, in the program we have youth who go through exchange programs and industry mentorship. So what that means is that given the program has the global scale of being in over 27 countries around the world, right, youth go through exchange programs where, for example, youth from Singapore go to Germany and vice versa to interact with the youth who go through the similar program in that country. So it's an exchange of not only the technical skills and experience, but also the excitement and local context of how or what do risk and decision making in such countries look like. So they're fortunate to have been through this, and now they're currently studying and pursuing further studies in their own fields, right, in healthcare and also biomedical technology. Right. So with that, this is kind of like the skilling journey that we see, and it all starts with educators being at the center of what is important for youth, and also to give them the time in their whole busy schedule, right, to be able to fit in such important knowledge and important skills which they will need for the future of work and for the future of any technology or any interaction they have in future. So with that, we'll just open up for a discussion, right, and I'll end this presentation.
Thanks.
So I think what we can do is we'll move back to this slide. deliberately empty for us to also have that discussion. And given that we have been working on this program with different countries, different governments, and different educators on the ground itself, right, from continents all across the world. Right, we have seen and have this program translated into multiple languages, right, executed in different countries, have different outcomes as well. So, tabling this discussion, and we can have a quick chat as well now.
I'm just wondering, I'm sure out of all the schools you've worked with, the results must be quite different, right? Diverse. So what do you think is the support needed from the school to ensure the program is successfully implemented in the school?
So I think that's an interesting question where it comes to different contexts, right? And definitely we'll see that if you're implementing a program, something that is new, you look at the outcomes. So when we look at this approach, we see that we first understand maybe how a schedule or how the school's current structure is like. And in that case, some countries will approach or adopt it as part of mainstream education, right? AI as a subject, or perhaps AI as part of subjects. So we do see different implementation models, but some countries also, for a start, they have it as an after-school program or bootcamp style programs. Right? So during holidays, every student goes through 5 days of bootcamp program, where at the outcome, they will be able to create an idea or at least a prototype, right, even of a technology or in AI that they is close to their hearts.
Yeah, so there was one of your slides which had kind of 5 areas that, the one that had more that one, yeah. So I think over 200 hours of
content.
200 hours at the top. Over how long at a time is that delivered?
So over here we can see that this is meant to be a highly customizable program where it's meant to be localized with the partners in each country, and also to understand maybe how this AI digital skilling will look like for different schools and different education systems. So it could look like a 2-year program, right, where they have maybe 2 hours every week of class time where they go through a certain portion of the program, or it could be done in maybe a bootcamp style where it's succinct in 5 days. And they do this same model over 4 years of their education or 5 years of education where they do each stage at one point in time. But it depends really on how it will suit or fit different curriculums. And when we talk about, I think yesterday there was this conversation on mathematics and how relevant it is in today, in mainstream education as well. So we do see that data or mathematics is really that core principle that students need to understand, right? And it could be done in a fun way as well, right? Through group learning.
I'm just interested to know for what you've been doing with the schools. Has that been adopted as a whole within the whole school for the program, or it's being held as a festival or as a competition? So I just wanted to share that.
Right. So in Singapore, we run this program across secondary school. So from the age of 13 to 16, they'll go through secondary school education, which is the K7 to K10 education. So they will go through the program from first the demystification. Everyone goes through that portion because we understand youth as non-technical audiences. So we don't assume prior knowledge, and we really start them from the basics of AI around you, all the way to being proficient with creation on things like that of tools, right? So it starts off with that classroom lesson, right, where it could be within the class, it could be outside of the classroom, and we facilitate the learning as educators, right? And some of the coaches, which I see also, they have annual competitions, right? They could be local competitions that are whole or school-based competitions where students showcase their work. So I'd like to go back to the earlier slide over here. So this one was a class, right? And then they had a showcase where each team created a poster and they had 5 minutes to summarize their project and the impact of their project to their teachers and school leaders. So we also do see the partnership with the government, right? The Ministry of Education and the Ministry for Communications, right, are very heavily involved and invested in the program, where they would send their representatives down to see the ingenuity of youth projects. And I think just to add on that point also, mental health is a very big topic, right? And youth in this program. So we have quite a few mental health ambassadors that use or think about different ways that artificial intelligence can be used, and they even take the skills that they learn and bring it back to the teachers and present, right? And they share what they have built with the teachers, so the teachers can have that hands-on experience to learn these different tools that they have gone through. So I think in this whole idea of learning, facilitation, and knowledge exchange, I think we really have to embrace that it's a two-way process. Right? And if students are that enterprising and innovative when it comes to these technologies, and they're very quick to pick it up, right? We always share with the educators, let them have the stage, right? Let them share their knowledge, their findings, and get them to be involved in the whole give back ecosystem as well, the program.
Just going back to those headaches, one of the things that I'm just thinking about now is how you support and structure that kind of system coming into a country or coming into a group of schools even, and it's around teacher training. We talk very much about bringing experts into the system to support this and facilitate this learning, but it's also about the system building that expertise from within. So teacher training, how do we develop that as part of it? Is that something that you've also looked at, is how we train teachers to actually take control of this, so that you're not always reliant on experts from outside?
Very good question, and I think this point will lead to how we structure the program and we engage with governments. So as a lead trainer or lead coach, right, I'll engage with the head coaches of the country. So the country will appoint or select lead coaches, right, to localize and work with the team, right, to have this program implemented in schools. So we'll train lead coaches within the country. It could be 5 to 10 lead coaches, and they will look at the program, and we've given their understanding of the program, and also how the education system is structured in terms of its outcomes and goals. They could see how a possible implementation model will look like, and that could include translating it into a native language, right? Or even structuring it as part of a mainstream education outcome as well. So there are different ways that we see countries adopting it, and majorly we're looking at how countries will take the ownership with this program and moving it forward as maybe to integrate it with a national initiative or national drive towards AI skilling of everyone, for all.
And I could give you an example of that, because Niki was on a call that I was trained, because I'm a lead trainer and I'm doing some work looking at implementing this in Wales. And so I did 5 hours of training apart from the 5 hours I did previously, to be able to get me to a stage that I could help the schools in Wales, and I'm doing a project on that.
We really look towards the coaches and the teachers who are very well versed and have wealth of experience within the country to take the implementation forward. And of course, we'll do the relevant support required, right? Either through reskilling or infrastructure, things like that. That's something that we look at to support countries.
And also, I've been able to follow up and ask questions of his companies so that I can make sure, so it wasn't a one-off thing. And the wonderful thing is this is free.
For schools?
Absolutely free.
So what, I mean, I won't be the only head teacher in the room asking.
That's why I mentioned that. I thought I'd drop that.
Where do you find the time for this? How does this? I think AI upskilling, AI education, AI, some awareness needs to go somewhere in the curriculum, and I just don't know where colleagues are finding the time. There's so many pressures on what we're trying to fit into the. Going back to your point earlier,
absolutely.
Where do you fit this all in? How do you fit it all?
Well, I was head of computer science at HABS, so I fitted into the Year 9 curriculum.
Yeah.
And I just put it in, and I also then, because my A-level group was quite good, we did this over a 2-year period as a project and fitted all the other education around it. So this was the epicenter, and it didn't finish in 2 years, and one of the guys, when he was at university, finished off the project, and that was one of the test cases in the UK. So it's really impossible to fit it in unless you can turn things upside down and say, we're going to do this, and we'll fit other things around it.
Yeah,
I made a note when you were talking around, our current approach to STEAM and
Yes.
how we integrate STEAM into the curriculum. And actually, we spent a long time doing that. I'm 37 years into teaching, and I've done most of my time.
I thought you were going to say
as a
37 then.
Well, thank you very much. And most of my time as a design technology teacher, integrating STEAM into the curriculum. And you come to a point where you say, well, actually, we've got to think differently. Is that still relevant? Is that still as important as this? And taking a priority decision around what do children need now? Do they need that understanding of STEM and STEAM, or do they actually need to now incorporate that in the same type of way?
But you've
in
got a process,
cross-curricular way?
haven't you? You've got a process for dealing with things you can't solve normally. And you could, like there's this project I'm doing in Wales now where we're actually looking at a STEAM exercise but using AI to visualize it. So rather than actually think, how do I put this in, how do you solve the problem you need to by going back to what it is you need to do, and what, perhaps you've got already a system as you have, and you can make it work through that.
Is it also a time to start looking at any computer science or computer-based curriculum that we're offering and really scrutinising that and seeing if it's fit for purpose?
I think
remember 20 years ago, computer science teachers were teaching kids how to do Excel spreadsheets and that sort of thing, and you go, well, actually, does that actually work? And that sort of moved its way out, and maybe it's time now to start to look at repurposing that curriculum time, as you
I
say.
think there's a real danger of putting that into a computer science kind of envelope and saying that's where it sits within our curriculum. It doesn't. It sits within English, it sits within geography, it sits within
and that's what I'm
extracurricular activities that our children have got to be engaging in. It's everywhere, and we've got to take that more open kind of view.
And they ask the question whether siloing education within compartments like that is the right thing, or whether taking your cross-curricular STEAM approach, whether that's a better method.
There's an article that's just come out talking about how...
The hours on.
Sorry.
That one. Thank you.
There's an article that's just come out talking about how students are incorporating GPT, and the first thought was that they, of course, would go off and use it to cheat or write their essays, whatever the case may be. And what they've actually are starting to find is students are using it for coming up with writing prompts, someone to talk to. They're using it for telling jokes. They're using it for helping them to figure out their workout routines. And so point being is they are starting to use it in every aspect of their lives, which, coming back to education, we're going to have to start working AI into all aspects of what we're doing in the classroom, because it's starting to become that pervasive in their lives currently.
But it's the demystifying bit. Where do you start with that? Has that already happened? Have they now been demystified?
Who are we demystifying for them?
Exactly.
It's probably us, not the kids.
The dinosaurs.
Yeah.
So I think that brings up a very important point that I want to touch on also about where students or where youth use AI to get them forward will be where this kind of education or like understanding needs to be established as well. Right? In a maybe English class, in a history class, a geography class, right? These are the avenues or opportunities where actually AI has a very strong or growing presence in as well. And this whole program, don't look at it as a full, intimidating long program. It's meant to be broken up and maybe attached or infused into different parts of a curriculum because of the importance of AI in the future job of a maybe a geography major, of someone in linguistics, in theatre, in new media. So I think the discernment has to be there, and even in fake news, right? I think there was a huge talk by Dan about fake news being such a prevalent thing because of generative AI, right? Could we infuse this in somewhere, maybe in terms of literature, journalism, and things like this, where they understand fundamentally the consequences of such actions, right? And from there, they build up their understanding. So we've seen this in the cybersecurity field previously, where when these tools used for hacking becomes so distributed and so accessible, right? If someone does not discern or know the consequence of an action, all you need to do is just press a button and you can launch a script that would affect someone maybe across the globe that you don't even know. So I think that's where those important points of picking first knowing or knowing what's important as a grounding base as educators, and then working around to perhaps identify parts of a curriculum, or how does AI look like in the development of youth through their education journey and the future of work.
So, because we're standards based, are you saying then that, and if this is embedded in a couple, 3 different classes or more, are we using existing standards within those curriculum parts, or how do you determine like what it is we're looking for with each of these areas?
So with the program, it comes with guides for the coaches, right, and speakers notes and things like that, where the teachers or educators will know best where these rubric or maybe criteria to maybe see the students' development will lie. And ultimately, we see education goals or objectives as a moving target as well. So as AI becomes part of a youth's education journey, where they're using AI almost in Grammarly or some tools that are used to write emails or write a prose, think of idea generation. So as AI becomes something that is used by students to educate themselves, right, can this be part of a rubric or an assessment outcome for students? Will be something that I think the educators who are within the system would know how to hone and put in best.
Is it possible that AI becomes so pervasive in our lives that it moves beyond the attention of education anyway? The first 4 phases of that program, by the time projects and curriculum are developed and assessment materials are developed, it may be such an entwined part of our life that the only point worth discussing is utilization and empowerment through AI, rather than demystification, because it's only mystic to us in the present. It's really unlikely to be that way in a year or 2.
To open this question as a discussion question as well for educators.
We don't teach lessons about the internet anymore. We probably did for a bit, and then we tried to develop a curriculum, and by the time we developed the curriculum, it was so pervasive in our lives it was useless. And I wonder whether the journey here is, to some degree, to allow it to wash over us in our lives, and that journey will be probably quicker than we're all comfortable with in this room anyway. We'll come out the other side, ideally helping children how to best utilize this this material, this technology, to better themselves and better those around them.
I think our children as consumers, that will happen really fast. Yeah. So I don't know if anyone saw the TED talk a few months ago from a company called Humane, who are working on a personal AI assistant that you just clip onto your lapel or somewhere, and it essentially listens to the conversations you're having, it summarises the conversations you're having, it does so much. It's essentially a ChatGPT assistant that will go everywhere with you and take notes. You can ask it to take notes, all that kind of thing. If we think schools have got a problem now with students bringing mobile phones into the classroom, when they're bringing an AI assistant into the classroom that's going to fact check what the teacher's telling them in real time, is going to summarise their notes for them, is going to chunk whatever you're saying, is going to chunk it down and personalise it for them, and so on. I mean, amazing use cases here to help students learn. But I think you're right that they're going to become, because that technology's been worked on right now. It's going to take a year to for that to become mainstream, whether that becomes a part of the phone first or however it's going to work.
But I think just push back gently on both of those points, because I think it's important from a democratic understanding about technology that we understand how this stuff works. So we may not teach lessons on the internet anymore, but we do teach lessons on how to be discerning about the information that we're consuming, or how Wikipedia is used, and how that content is created. Yeah. That is quite interesting, that one of the things that everyone promotes is that no one knows how to do stuff anymore. So how does a plumbing system work, which you might not care about until something goes wrong with it, or you're thinking, how does this work? I just need to understand enough to actually ask some good questions. But I think really one of the challenges around this stuff is not just from a technological point of view, but how it's going to affect about how we consume information generally. and how we interact or think about the world around us. So I think it would, yes, I understand it would take a long time, but I wouldn't use that as I personally wouldn't use that as a justification to say we shouldn't be talking about it, because this stuff is important and people will need to know and understand how it works, because it could be determining their future for them. So that's how
I think the point I was trying to make probably wasn't so clear, that there's two facets to it. There's the consumer side will take off very fast, a lot faster than the internet did. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. They need to know how to not just be consumers, but be creators as well. People who utilise.
And discerning creators. And there's, I was going to just mention there's a thing called the DQ Institute, which is like IQ, so it's the Digital Intelligence Institute. And they've mapped out what digital citizenship should look like in a global world. And there's some really useful information there to give us some guidance on what we should be doing, because Ben's absolutely right. Perhaps not the skill, but, and as Nick said, it's the discernment, and what is discernment and what does that look like? And so we need to look to and it's the World Economic Forum, and there's a variety of OECD, a lot of organizations have been involved in this DQ Institute.
I must admit, I'm quite worried about not teaching how it works, because I think unless you understand how it works, you can't understand the ethics that underpin it. And unless you understand, have a basic understanding around data sets, and the data sets can be biased, and therefore the whole, and we sit there and we trust the black box, and I think there's two debates here. One is, can we use these tools and all the rest of it? Yes, but to use an analogy, we can fire a gun fairly easily. Teach them how to use the tool, but there's a lot of ethics that you might want to underpin before you give someone a gun and let them use it. You might want to, unless you're American, of course. But I mean, but that whole that whole sort of debate around around we've got tools, and most of the time those tools aren't dangerous or but where they are, we do underpin, we do explain the values. We need that debate to happen, and I think that's the worry, is that if you don't understand that data sets can be fundamentally biased and perpetuating bias, and even sort of exemplifying and exaggerating bias, then we're going to end up in a very, very dangerous world.
But Mark, that's not only an AI conversation, is it?
No.
It's a much broader conversation about ethics and data sourcing.
But that's a school. This is a school. I mean, we had similar debates around genetic engineering. 20 years ago.
I also agree that it's important that people have the skill set, the students have the skill set to go out and be those that build it in the world to come. That's why it's so important that this is part of state education, because otherwise the people who influence it and build it in the future will be a very narrow selection of people who understand how it works. Whereas if it's going into state systems, then all students, all school systems, then all students will have a chance to shape it in the future. I think that's vital if this is something that's going to underpin what the world looks like.
It's just a big challenge, isn't it? Moving anything into state education is a slow process.
It's
and
massive.
This is not moving slowly.
And this is a core subject. 100 hours a year is what we give to English, maths, science in the state system. It's approximately 100 hours a year. So if this is now an additional core subject that we need to find space for in our curriculum, then that's huge.
It is. The curriculum, it's from 9 or 8 to 18. So you could spread this out. And I've been doing work with 10-year-olds on this, especially on demystifying some of the tools. So you can start and then spread it out. But again, to go back to your point, you'd have to really map this in, just like you would anything else. But I think it all goes back to, this is not about AI. It's about our policies of how we deal. It's about behaviour, it's about acceptable use, it's about safeguarding, and it's about what we change in those policies to make them relevant today.
So I think that we can open up the conversation for over lunch, right? Because I'm mindful of time as well. So we can have the conversation later, and I think we'll all have our perspectives, and definitely interested to hear what the considerations, concerns especially, of having such skilling programs as part of education for youth, for educators, and in a bigger scope of things as well. So I think thank everyone for the time as well for today.
Thank you.
And over lunch.
So have you been thinking of those key things that you might want to share from this morning? The thing from young Dan's talk, if there was one thing you tell people, and it might be good because there's some extra people joined us this afternoon, it might be worth, because we've got 6 minutes, we've got most of them on the call now, but it would be useful chatting about that for a couple of minutes. So anything to share from young Dan's? If you're going to tell one friend, say, Dan spoke this morning,
I'm not going to
you
be
need to know this one thing.
drive it through.
Well, you could take a long plane journey. You could take a long plane journey, like I did, and I read it cover to cover, yeah. And there is a copy in the library. For all those lucky people who are in the school, there is one there.
And it's signed.
Is this one signed?
It's signed.
Mine's signed as well. You're very special if you've got a signed copy of this book. And there is a very good chapter on leadership in there. That might be something to do with the next book. Is that right, Dan? I was thinking about it. So one thing from Dan's previous book, you might want to join the AIeducator.io.
Yeah, I did promo.
You didn't? I'm doing all your work for you.
At least get to a sense.
Yeah, I've got a website called AIeducator.tools. That's the URL, and it's essentially a repository of over 100 different artificial intelligence tools that are made for education. And you can filter it by
just filling in
the functionality, by if it's free or if it's paid.
3 minutes. Yeah, and it'll be aware.
And it was just really to combat, because there's thousands of tools being made pretty much every day at the moment, and
we've got
majority of them are rubbish. It was to try and get the best of what's out there and try and bring them together.
Oh, there's Anshul. So he's going to be first. Well done. Did you do that?
Yeah.
It's interesting, Anshul admitted last night he's not very tech, because he has his own IT support who's sitting here. They work as a double act. So the reason Anshul's just joined is because Niki just helped him to sort it out. Yeah, he's got global responsibility for Intel, and he's an engineer, but his strengths are in other areas, and he knows Niki's strengths. And Philippa Rathmore good. So we got 2 out of 3, and Kai will probably join shortly. From Niki's talk, seamlessly, because we've got 2 minutes left, anything that we could draw from that, anything you'd want to tell other people? I think you've got something on the tip of your tongue, I can see it.
There we go.
I'm just thinking, pick one thing.
Yeah, just one thing.
Start with one thing, just chunk it down, get lots of other things. Pick one thing you think is going to have some impact in your context. Just work on that one. That's fine.
So when I'm working with this Welsh initiative to try and get this AI for youth working in Wales, and we can scale it up, and I chose a primary school first. And I'm having a great time in there. One of the things I'm doing some air quality work, and we've got air quality sensors. Mark's got one here, and we're doing some air quality work, and then we're using the AI to visualize and to be able to make it easier to do. So yeah, and start small.
We'll kick this off.
The kids love it. Right.
Okay. We're quorate.
We are
people on. It's great. This is going to be quite an interesting session, I hope. Not just technical, not because of the technical ambition of it, but We've got people joining us from all around the world. We've got, and I'm really pleased, there's going to be 3 people sort of joining this discussion with me.
Sorry, Mark, can we just stop for a minute? Can we just make sure the mic is working? People are saying they can't hear.
So which mic?
Yeah, no, apparently people are saying it's okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Great stuff. We can now, Philippa. Okay, well that's all good. So I'll start that preamble again. So we've got people joining us from all around the world. We've got 3 experts joining us. Anshul is joining us from Silicon Valley. Anshul is the Global Director of Global Readiness for Intel, a huge sort of expert, and obviously we had a presentation by him as part of the dinner discussion last night, and that's available online. Philippa Raithmore is the Assistant Head at Latifa and Rashid School in Dubai, which is a very interesting one. It's Sheikh Mohammed School in Dubai. They've actually closed the school for a year and they're going to reopen it. It was 2 single-sex schools opening as a co-ed. Philippa is in charge of the digital strategy for that project, and is also the author of The Digital Ecosystem, if you've come across that book. And also joining us, I hope, is Kai Vacher, who is the principal of the British School Muscat. Kai is a great thinker in terms of digital and also the implications of some of these things. So I'm going to draw out some of the things. Kai actually we swapped roles in the Dubai one. So Kai was sitting on the sort of Valdunican chair, and I was zooming in for that one. So let's without more ado. I mean, I want to sort of chuck out a question to the 3 of you, and I'll take Anshul, give it to Anshul first, if I may. In terms of, what should schools be doing to prepare their students for the world of AI? So, welcome Anshul, great to hear from you. Thank you for joining us today. What should we be doing in schools?
Hey, happy Friday, everyone. This is a great opportunity to interact like this. And thank you for your question, Kenneth. I sincerely hope all of you are really contemplating on this question. What should school be doing? Given technology is kind of becoming more and more revolutionary, and we know that people are revolutionary. So there will always be this so-called quantum of technology at a different level than people. So what should school be doing? How should education be responding is a great question, and we all think about that. And the starting point for school is to really make people believe that we can do this together. There is a lot of negativity right now, especially around, AI will take away jobs, AI will really disrupt all the skills, especially around, post ChatGPT coming in, all the fundamentals, teaching, learning, assessment, school governance. There's a lot of, I would say, talks of, everything will be disrupted and we will fall behind, or education models which we have will not work. So there's a lot of disbelief and a lot of, I would say, suspicion on this. A responsible school at the first place should start with building hope among the school itself, among the educators, among the students, that this is a great opportunity to reinvent. This is a great opportunity to reimagine. As we think about a new human-machine collaboration, human-machine partnership, how do we really build human capacity on how to lead in this? We all know what humans can do better. That's known fact. Skills like leading with empathy, understanding new problems, building new connections. These are the things which only humans can do. AI cannot do at all, right? I was yesterday night, just to give a very small story, yesterday night in Amazon, I think, me and my family were watching this movie, Cinderella, which came out last year. It's a US movie, there are a lot of Cinderella, but this is the last year's Cinderella. And I just wanted to play around with ChatGPT and ask a question to Cinderella. Okay, can you describe Cinderella's story to me in 100 words, where there is an Indian girl who's a heroine and she's struggling in space? I put up a random question like this, just to see what Cinderella story comes out. And the answer, this is from a ChatGPT plus, the answer which came out didn't even have sources, it didn't even have attributions, and it didn't give me the right storyline, right? So the creativity in asking question and creativity in discovering answers and building new answers, human ingenuity, what we call, is so fundamental to humans. So my most important point of request would be, don't lose hope, bring positivity. And the only way you can do this is skilling yourself, learning AI yourself. It's not a technology industry problem alone, right? AI can be learned by everybody. You don't have to be a programmer or a coder to learn AI. You can get the basics of AI for yourself. Start with that. Create hope. I mean, the way we think about creating hope is really celebrating, showcasing student level innovations on how students are solving fundamentally new problems. We just hosted a student coming from rural India actually 3 weeks back. And this is a 15-year-old boy coming from central rural India. He identified a problem saying that people can't think and code in their mother language. And India, as you know, has multiple mother languages, right? So just because English language is a barrier for coding, you can't even get into AI. He wanted to address this. And what he did was he created a model on a simple Jupyter notebook to really help anybody code in their own mother language and really build an AI solution. And this was created by a 15-year-old guy. We got him here, we awarded him and things like that. I mean, that's just a small example of celebration of AI innovation. Creating hope is very important. I mean, then all the community building, learning circles or community of practices, building educator confidence on this, that, hey, this is not a technology industry problem, it's a collective human-machine partnership. Give a positive spin to this. That should be the first starting point, according to me.
Thank you.
To answer your question, Kenneth.
Thank you, Anshul. I'm Mark, by the way. Kenneth's just on the thing, but it doesn't matter. No, Anshul, thank you for that. I really love the hope and the opportunity to reimagine. I'm taking away as our starting point. Philippa, you're working in a very different context. Where would you start? What should schools be doing to prepare students for the world of AI?
Well, I think fundamentally it's like a slight step back, and actually we need to prepare our staff to understand AI, because actually our students are going to already be doing it. They're the ones that are embracing it. They're the ones that are using it and trying to find out how it works in actually a way that is really interesting, because if you think about traditional computer science lessons where we try to teach children how to search for things on the internet and what good search words are, actually what they've done now that they've got a tool like ChatGPT and things and utilising artificial intelligence tools is that they are going out and trying it and finding it. The people who are most reluctant to do this are actually their parents and our teachers. And so what we need to do is, from my perspective, is to take it a slight step back and say, okay, they're embracing it. Do not stand in front of your classroom and decide to try and barrier that, because if you do, what you're telling them is that you're not going to help them. And in terms of digital learning and digital technology, that's where we start to come across unethical uses of it. We start to come across safeguarding issues. We start to look at real concerns when it comes to artificial intelligence and the efficacy of how we're using it. If we can give our teachers and our educators and our parents some understanding of the fact that, one, actually a lot of them are already using it. If we think about really basic levels, how many of us have got Grammarly built into all of our documents? How many of us are already using algorithms on things like Google? How many of us are talking to Siri? How many of us are doing these things every day? And actually it's about opening up those conversations and normalising these developments. And I think, as Anshul has said already, is that we've taken such a leap, and there are so many things that are already in place that I think it's taken the shock of AI and these ChatGPT models to actually throw people into the reality that this is happening whether they like it or not. And I think within education over the last sort of decade or so, it has been able to be the computer scientist's problem, or or the IT teacher's problem, or IT in general as an infrastructure within a school's problem to be able to deal with. And actually what we need to be able to do is say to everybody, look, to be able to not fear this, and not have that concern and anxiety around how this is going to shape the future, we actually need to take a step back and normalise it. So having conversations in the staff room, starting to think about how we utilise those things. So a few weeks ago, I did 5 minutes a day of AI with our staff, all of the staff, not just teachers, and said, I want you just to open it and ask it a question. I want you to pose the same question the next day. And we started to look at how we would utilise it in different ways. And then actually looking at it in how it benefits their job as well. Because the more we understand it as adults and educators, the more we can then go, okay, I understand now how I can teach this and how I can tell my students that, you know what, instead of us going into Google and potentially putting the wrong words in, we can pose a question to it and see what prompts it comes out with to be able to then allow us to go and narrowly search for really specific research. Because again, as already been said, it can't reference them. I mean, one of our colleagues asked it about the King's coronation, and it told the person categorically that there was no king and that it was Queen Elizabeth and that she hadn't died. And so this really recent information wasn't able to be translated into it. So I think we need to think about how we're using it, but I think it's about taking a step back from where we are in the classroom because they're already using it, normalising it, because it is everybody's problem, and we can't allow people to say, well, I teach art, that has nothing to do with me. It is about bringing it into everybody's context and allowing them also to have the freedom to ask really stupid questions about it, which probably aren't stupid. There's probably a whole bunch of people thinking them.
Well, we're on that page here. We've been definitely working on the basis there's no bad questions and no silly answers. So thanks for that, Philippa. I really like that, the importance of staff and focusing on staff and normalising AI. Kai, where do you think we should be going in terms of preparing students for the world of AI?
Hi Mark, and greetings from Amman, where it's the weekend, so I'm a bit more casually dressed than some people on the call, that's why. How should we go about preparing students? Well, like Philip said, says that our students are already using it. I think for some of them, their default mindset is that they might think they're cheating by using it. So I think that's quite an interesting piece. And I guess I would imagine that for quite a lot of schools, including my own, I don't have to imagine, I know, the first conversation we had with our parents about AI was about the exam regulations and how they need to behave in a way that they don't fall foul of the exam regulations. So that was like the first message you can like put out to the community or part of the community. And there's a little bit of danger in that because that might counter the sort of notion that Philip has just explained, which I think with our students, with our staff, certainly the older students are already using it. I think a lot of my staff have already started to use it. They're using it for report writing. And if you only go back maybe 5 or 6 weeks, some of my colleagues were saying, no, we can't allow staff to use it for report writing. Now we're thinking, well, how do we enable staff to use it for report writing? So that's already enabled, and that's a good example where I think it's probably just the tip of the iceberg, where IA can help us do things more easily, and it can help, but I think also can help us do things better. And I think it's the same as students. There's no doubt you can do some of the homework, which some of our colleagues around the world schools might be setting. They can do that homework more easily. But if they can do it more easily, then shouldn't we expect something more of them? And so that's the thing, that debate that's starting to turn out. So it isn't just about making life easier in terms of education, and I'm sure the business world is the same. How can we use AI to make ourselves even better? And I think that's an interesting concept. So there's definitely the staff using it, the students are starting to use it, and I think we need to try and encourage that in a safe way, though. And I guess that's okay in our individual schools. And I also think one of the challenges we have in schools, and something we've been trying to do for the last couple of years in my school, is create a culture where experimentation, innovation, trying things differently is okay. And so if like moving away from some of the more traditional approaches to performance management where they're very tight, monitoring, checking, judging, those cultures will not create the culture that will encourage our colleagues, will encourage our students to experiment and see what is possible. And I guess then that leads into the third, much bigger point, is I think we all need to start to understand what's possible. I mean, I've started to use it for bits of writing. It can be great to an extent. But I think, again, that's just the tip of the iceberg. I think as educators, to zoom out even further, what the world needs for AI, and we're going to be at a very interesting sort of point in the next couple of years. AI needs good parenting, just like our students do. And I think hopefully conversations like this, events like this, are opportunities for us to start to get into the world of influencing those people who have got power and control over AI. And I think we then get into the ethics of it. But we need to get involved as experienced educators. We know how to run schools. We know to extent what works well in the classroom. We know how children work and so on. We do need to get into the heart of how do we help, if like the world, make sure that AI gets good parenting. Because AI, while there's a lot of fear around the world, will not damage the world. AI used badly by human beings will damage the world. And conversely, AI used in really effective ways can make the world a better place. But as educators in the business of learning, I think we have a huge amount to contribute to the parenting of AI.
Kai, I love that phrase. I love the AI needs good parenting sort of line. And you touched on a lot of really important things around culture, I think, in terms of risk-taking and allowing people the space to do this. I want to come back to you, Anshul, and look at where you're going to take this hope. You talked about hope and an opportunity to reimagine. So use your imagination. Where will education go in the world of AI? Where would you like it to go with your hope?
Oh, perfect point. So fundamentally, as we know, teaching learning is a social process, social experience, right? With AI coming in, how do we deepen, enrich, further engage that teaching learning as a social experience for everybody, so that the true human-machine partnership, that's where the whole future of our conversation worldwide is. What humans can do, what machines can do, and what humans and machine can do better with the collective intelligence. Natural intelligence and artificial intelligence coming together to form a better collective intelligence. So how can we make teaching learning even a better social experience, right, with AI coming in? That's the whole education conversation around the world. I think there is a big recognition in the work side, which is where education is feeding to in some sense. The recognition is the older model of learn to work is getting over. You have to create a new model of work to learn. Every moment of work is a learning experience. So this learnability, lifelong learning hunger, right? Taking every moment to learn, right? It's not just a skill set, but it's a mindset. So education's responsibility is to really create that sense of learnability in that sense, which is a big leap, right? Not all education systems deliver that, right? So that is where the role of the teachers, the instructors, and the education leaders, how do we really create this new hunger of learnability coming up? And role modeling by teacher point, which Philippa said, I totally agree, because if teachers do not role model, this is not going to happen. In some of the programs which we do, which AI for Youth as an example, you guys, I'm sure in the morning saw in the workshop some of that, right? We call the learning pedagogy as a high-tech and high-touch. The high-touch part of that, where the teachers become more like a coach, right, to help students discover the new problems and then really build their own learning awareness about AI, right? That becomes a very important strat. And if I have to widen this articulation where this can go, to the point of parents and what Philippa also said, right? I've been hearing this phrase of intergenerational learning with Singapore government because I've lived there for many years. And how do we create that parenting or the broader community engagement with this new learning environment? I'll give you just one small example which I saw last year in Singapore. This is where we got some girls to come and sit with their grandparents to talk about AI. And this is true intergenerational learning. We were wanting them to know about TV, the computer vision concept, which is one of the key concepts in AI. And these girls, somebody did a very fantastic job. They're sitting with their grandfather or grandmother and got 3 types of banana: ripe banana, raw banana, and rotten banana, and trained machine how to pick the images and categorize or catalog the data, right? And somebody else did a cat project and things like that. So the point here, what we learned was, if we start going and telling this to parent, the learning becomes harder. But when an intergenerational learning, when their own granddaughter was telling them with a real context, like a banana example or a cat example, the learning absorption by the parent or the community, and especially in this intergenerational, when they were teaching the grandparents, right, was far higher, right? So I think to the point of experimentation and innovation, right, educators need to be a little bit more open in reimagining some of this, and really look at teacher more as a facilitator or a coach in this and a co-learner, and create an agency of co-learner rather than putting the entire burden just on a teacher that, okay, now you fix the AI learning problem. I think it will require a lot of mindset shift. Besides the new skill set which we're talking, like computer vision was not even a skill set we talked earlier. But now with all these fake videos and a lot of these random things coming out, computer vision is becoming like a new literacy in some sense, right? Like AI, right? So we need to start thinking about this new ways of doing it.
Thank you. I think we should all be teaching our grandmothers to suck eggs at this rate. Yes, that's good. No, but thank you for in terms of that, and I love the idea of a new mindset. This learn to work to learn, sort of different approach. So that's obviously this is one of the challenging things of AI is it's actually making us look at things differently, and we do need, I think, it's becoming increasingly recognised. We need a different mindset. Philippa, where are you going to take education? Where does your hope take you? What world are we heading towards?
I think, so based on a couple of things that have been said, really, I think one of the things that it allows us to do, as soon as we kind of remove that barrier of thinking that we're cheating if we're asking a question, it actually allows us to be much more analytical in terms of what we're doing. So being able to take different viewpoints in a classroom and say, you know what, actually we're going to look at this from a different point. I don't want you to extrapolate what is in that sentence and that question I'm asking you. I want you to ask AI to do it, and then I want you to use extra skills to do that, because that's how people work in real life. And it allows people to then look at it from a different viewpoint and then be very creative. And creativity ultimately is one of those skills that future requires, because if we look at things like sustainability and the global goals, and we start to think about how different borderless societies are going to work together, we have to be analytical, we have to be creative, and we have to be building this mindset within our schools and within our students right from the beginning. And I know lots of people have skills rubrics and things that we're trying to support children with throughout their school life, but we really need to take this more seriously and take this to the next level by introducing things like artificial intelligence, where perhaps we're taking out some of those larger problems that get students stuck or even get teachers stuck, and we end up spending too much time on, and actually allowing artificial intelligence to be able to take us to the next level. Similarly to the way Kai said about, let's step up things like homework, let's step up in-class tasks and take them to a level that they haven't been able to be working at before, because it takes them so much time to get through what, for want of a better word, the admin of the lesson, that actually they can't use their brains and they can't do the thing that we really want them to do, which is be creative and think of something really innovative that will solve problems and that will allow them to work with other people and allow them to use their communication skills. And I think that's really important, to use kind of a very well-used phrase, it's for their future, not our past. And so we really need to be able to bring students into that realm. And I love cross-pollination of subjects. I love all of the fact that we should be understanding disciplines together. As a dyslexic learner, artificial intelligence for me breaks down all of those questions that my brain just kind of fiddles around with for hours, and actually think about the amount of students who probably are in a really similar position. We're able to just open doors and take down walls with the use of artificial intelligence. And realistically, why are we pumping all this information into it if we don't want to gain something from it? And I think for me, it's changing people's mindsets generally about what we're teaching in education, because a lot of what we do in schools is still preparing them for jobs that aren't even there, and it's not preparing them for the jobs that are going to be there, because they're not able to analyse data, they're not able to understand and be discerning with the information that they're being given. And as I mentioned before, that's not even at the student level, that's at all levels, that's parents, and teachers. We're a gap of people that didn't grow up with this, and we're having to learn very quickly how all that affects each other. So I think my hope for the future is that we're building artificial intelligence into schools in a way that allows people to be more creative and innovative, allows them to use all of those analytical skills that maybe they wouldn't have even had access to at that point because of the way they were being taught. And that what that does is it shows that everybody can be continually learning forever, because I just don't, there is a mindset of some that I finished school, I did my degree and I'm done. And actually one of the things that this huge transition is showing us with this influx of artificial intelligence is, hang on a minute, they don't know everything and they've made something new, and actually we all need to learn what it's about. So yeah, I think changing for their future and for everyone to understand that things aren't set in stone and that we need to keep adapting.
Thank you. That's wonderful in terms of thinking innovatively, taking learning to the next level seems to be a theme that's coming through. That this is an opportunity. It may automate things, but we will be able to just set the bar a bit higher and be a bit more demanding of our students. Don't just accept that they can razz out an essay. Let's set a higher challenge. Kai, where are you going to take education? Where's your hope for AI?
Well, I think what we need to accept is the world is now changing. This is AI is going to be a massive disruptor. I mean, there are other big challenges out there: climate change, migration, the economy. Jobs we can already see are going to be different. You've already got companies laying off many people because of AI. Truth is going to be different. You can listen to a Drake song performed by Drake, or you can listen to the Plate version. Can you tell the difference? Truth's going to be different. Power dynamics are going to be different. I think increasingly we're seeing people who have maybe lots of power and maybe not very much responsibility. Getting things done, as we're seeing in our own schools already, is already changing. So this is going to be a different world. This is a different world that we're moving into. And education, as Philippa and Anshul have said, is about preparing people, young people, for that different world. We do need to start doing things differently. So my hope, really, I guess, for three things. One is, I think AI gives us the opportunity to create even more personalised and flexible ways of offering education to a wider range of people. I mean, I know for some of your years you've been championing the plight of the 264 million children who are not in school at the moment. Surely AI offers a solution to reach those hard to reach students. So more personalised, flexible models of education, and all learning, as it already is the case at the moment, doesn't necessarily have to happen in a school building with a teacher in front of a class. What I also see coming, I mean, we know our assessment system at the moment is very limited in what it actually assesses in our learners, and it does drive the education system. So I do expect AI is going to help us create more intelligent forms of assessment, and that will help shape this new world of learning that we also need to move into. And while AI will help us grow even better learners, I think that is absolutely true, they are going to need to be even better learners in this changing world. And a phrase which has been repeated quite frequently now the last couple of months is, you won't necessarily be replaced by AI, but you will be replaced by someone who is using AI really effectively. And I think that is a really important point at the moment, that we need to enable our young people to use AI so they can compete and thrive and flourish in this new world. And it is going to be a very different world to the world that we've all come from. And we just need to embrace that. But I think there's probably going to be, maybe, some people say there's too much scaremongering going on. How do we get more of us into this space where we really need to accept that we need to start doing things quite differently, quite quickly?
Kai, that's fantastic. And I know there's an issue around in terms of these are some of your favourite themes as well. In terms of flexible learning and end to the assessment system. I'm going to open it up. I'm very conscious that this is a 30-minute session and it's gone absolutely flown by. Some phenomenal ideas. Anybody want to come in? We've got literally 2 minutes. No? Okay. Right, well, I'm not going to waste those 2 minutes. Just, you've got 30 seconds each. Okay, Anshul, what would be your takeaway? 30 seconds. Good.
Learning with AI is already happening, but learn AI also. Let us demystify and democratize AI itself for everyone.
Perfect. Thank you for that takeaway. Philippa.
Okay. I would say feel the fear and do it anyway with AI. If you aren't sure, try it, because actually it's your opinion that matters. And if you haven't tried it, you can't say you don't like it. That's my rule with food, and it will be now with AI.
Okay. And Kai, your takeaway.
That AI can be a force for a better world. Let's make sure it gets the right parenting, so we get that outcome and not something which we're not going to like.
Thank you. The three of you, what a fantastic session, a really dynamic half hour there. Thank you, Anshul, for giving up your time. I know it's probably a horrendous o'clock where you are. Philippa, thank you for joining us from Dubai, which I don't think is the weekend, or it's just about the weekend, just about to start. And I know it's your weekend already, so thank you for giving up your time, Kai. Really appreciate it. Thank you for all that you've done. Cheers. So we're now going to have another session, which hopefully Priya is going to join us in a moment. Priya Lakhani is the founder and CEO of SentryTech, who you probably come across, which is a school-based AI system. So it should be quite an interesting discussion. I'm going to try and get into the ethics because we haven't really explored a lot of the ethics, and I know that Priya doesn't know this is coming, by the way. So
she does know if she's online.
Is she?
No.
Okay.
She's not online.
But I think Priya's been was instrumental in setting up a working party or group within in the UK looking at the ethics of AI in relation to education. So I think that would be an important area for us to look at and some of the issues. And I know I don't really know Priya's story, but she was a trained barrister early on in life, and she set up a food business which was highly successful, and more recently has moved obviously into the AI and education space. So I'm hoping that she's going to sort of pop up on screen in a minute, and we can have some dialogue. I hope did that work all right for you as a session? Do look, just flag me down if you want to get involved. That's
I think you can definitely, if there's any questions, and particularly personal questions about your school and how this could make a difference.
I think the one thing that I've would like to challenge around the assessment stuff is schools at Key Stage 3, 4 from 11 to 14, especially British schools, don't have to follow the examination system, so they can pretty much do whatever they want. But the cultural script of the GCSE, the A-level examination seems so strong that they follow it. So one of the things I always say, people talk about reforming the assessment system, it's already there for us to do something with. So I would urge to use the freedom that we do have, and I don't know how it works in other schools, to actually try some of this stuff. before we're actually really boxed into a corner with it.
And there are lots of people doing this. Ian Clayton and I were just chatting about this earlier. You know, there are lots of opportunities for you to free up. And we were chatting this morning about the STEAM thing you put in. So there's lots of ways of cracking it. And I think we just need to find the thing that in our culture, in our school, and for our organisation works best.
Okay. There's a question for you, Mark.
Got it.
So what are your own views about the use of AI for both teachers and students?
Just as a fill-in. I think I'm slightly with Kai on this. I think we could go either way. I think my worry is it could be a force for good if we get it right. I'm really excited by the possibility of it. I think if we get it wrong and we don't explore the dangers of it and the pitfalls of it, I think there's a real worry. And I think one of the things that worries me is that we're building a lot of AI systems on the basis of very prejudiced data sets. But I think one of the problems at the moment is that the data sets reflect current society, and we're really trying to change society. So I think we've got this sort of pool of data that's the current world, and then we've got an ideal world that is perhaps a world of inclusion and equality and shared values and justice and all these other things. And we want to, we haven't got a data set for that world. And so all we're doing is magnifying some of the decisions around where we are. And if you read Cathy O'Neill's book, Weapons of Math Destruction, which is a great book. She's a Harvard PhD mathematician who worked on Wall Street writing algorithms, and then actually decided she would become a campaigner against algorithms, and wrote a fantastic book. And she's done a lot of work around how algorithms are used in the judicial system in America and are skewed, and all they're doing is replicating historic prejudice. So I think that's my concern. And it's actually a concern around in education that we've got at the moment very skewed data in education data sets. So all of these platforms that we're using, he said very nervously with Priya coming on the thing, have actually got really quite skewed data sets, because they're obviously schools that have got technology, they're obviously schools that can afford the products. So I think that there's a worry there in terms of long-term and justice. Again, does that answer your question?
I hope so.
How are we doing?
Ian, did I answer your question when you posed it online? Can we mention it in chat? Yes.
Oh, there you go. Have we got Priya there somewhere? No.
No, we're just trying to see
if we can tracking it.
So I can ask Neelam if she wants to pop in. Can you see if
Neelam? I can start interviewing Dan.
Yeah, you could. The coffee kick in first. I think Neelam is. Yeah, Neelam's on the call.
Yeah, I can see Neelam's on the call.
Okay, I've made her a presenter.
Okay, I'll ask.
Great. Well, let's talk to Neelam.
I know what Priya's doing at the moment. She's getting the kids ready for school.
Neelam!
Okay.
So, sorry to fastball you and accelerate you up the agenda, but do you want to tell everyone well, you've got many hats, so I'll get it wrong if I introduce you. You know, in terms of what your current role is and what you're doing with AI at the moment.
Okay. Thanks for the advance warning, guys. My name's Dr. Neelam Parmar, and I'm the Director of Digital Learning and Education at AISL Harris Schools in Hong Kong. So what is it you wanted me to say, Mark? Sorry, you got cut off, so I didn't hear it.
I just wanted you to say, so we've been exploring,
Good.
So we've been exploring where AI is going in education, and and obviously, you've got quite a leading thinking, thought leadership role within education. Where do you see education? Where are you taking it with the Harrow Group?
Okay, that's a very interesting question. So, as you know,
and it's no surprise to anybody, but AI isn't set in stone. It's still evolving, and I think we're sort of disillusioned by the fact that it's here and this is how we have to use it. If nothing else, I mean, it's listening to Kai. It could go either way. It could either go really badly, depending on how we embrace it or not, or it could go really well, depending again on what we take or not. So in terms of what we're doing with AI Salhara schools, I've just written up the AI policy. Of course, we're encouraging its use. I think we'd be foolish not to. Our students are already using it. Our teachers are aware that it exists. But like everybody else, we can't solely be dependent and rely on the information that we get. We know it's not actual. It's not 100% realistic. But I do think that AI is in a really interesting space. And so I've been writing this paper on it. I can be really candid about this. When we had the pandemic and we came out of it, education really changed. It changed dramatically in the sense that our organizational norms, our behavior, the way we think, the way we were working changed. The workplace has changed. Our expectations from students, oh, if you can't be here, don't worry about it. We'll send you a video of what we did in class. Or, you know what, we don't have a supply teacher, we'll provide you an asynchronous lesson. So our mindsets have changed. We no longer can have parent and teacher sessions. It's all virtual. We can do it online. And I think in the same context, AI has changed. AI is changing our behavioral and educational, our cultural norms. So what used to be the whole teacher-directed led facilitation direction can now perhaps could coexist. Exactly what Anshul was saying earlier. We can really do something very good with this if we allow ourselves to do so. And I think that's the key word here, if we allow ourselves to do so. So we can potentially coexist in this space. And we could have flexible models of learning, again, if we allow ourselves to do so. So I think that's probably the bigger picture here. What we're doing in school is pretty pragmatic. We've got the tool, let's teach you AI literacy skills, let's use it to our maximum capacity, let's use it to provide new opportunities. But I think if we stand back and look at what's going on, we'll find that there is a shift happening that also took place when the pandemic was happening. And so a lot of our previous thinking, behavioral patterns, the way we look at things are shifting. And like Philippa said, if we are going to stick in fear and we don't move forward, then we're going to be the ones standing behind. Interestingly, I had a conversation with an elderly person yesterday. And I was talking to her about Google Maps. Google Maps, right? That's AI generated. And she said, I would never use that. Why would I use that? It's rubbish. It stopped me from thinking. And I thought, no, it actually won't stop you from thinking. It'll just help you think smarter. It'll just give you that brain space to do something else. So you just have Google Maps running. So I think it's also that shift of thinking that I can do other things if I'm going to use AI, but I can't be dependent on it because then I'll lack the skills I need. So in terms of that, we're just trying to open up our mindsets. We're not going to hold our children back, students back. We're not going to hold the teachers back, but we are letting them know that whatever we do in terms of teaching and learning, there needs to be academic integrity and honesty. Make it very clear that you're using it. Just like you'd say you'd use the internet, you use the Wikipedia, you use calculators. We use ChatGPT to some extent, and we're building on AI literacy skills with that as well. So that's my take on it, actually, Mark.
I'm going to come in there, and I'm wondering whether it's actually going to change how we operate in the classroom. I mean, what you were describing there when talking about COVID was where we adapted, we shifted from the traditional teacher standing in front of 20, 30 kids, sort of model of education that we've lived with for decades. And you're saying that there's a lot of there was variation around it. And if I'm hearing you right, what you're saying is this is going to change. AI is going to move down that route. So, is it going to fundamentally change the role of the teacher? Is it going to change what classrooms look like? Are we still going to be, sort of in employment? Are we still going to be sitting in Victorian rows, or what's going to happen in your head?
Sure, I hope not. I hope we don't sit in robes. I do think that those schools and groups of schools, or even schools, that are bold and brave will start making changes. And we'll make changes as we did again during the pandemic. So many schools went online. So many schools started pulling in an online sort of learning platform or provided an online community for students to study. So I think in a similar context, we know the Khan Academy, which is now using Khan Amigo, is introducing what they call AI tutors. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start at some point looking to work with teachers and have AI teaching bots that complement the teaching practices in the classroom. And why not? A lot of people say, and this is interesting, a lot of people say, well, let's use AI with teachers so that they can deepen the learning or so that they can have the time to teach. But rather, why don't we think about it? Why don't we use AI in teaching to give the teacher a break? There's a lot of work anyway, and there's this whole idea of well-being. But you're not going to get well-being if you're going to continue to get the teacher to continually use the time they have. So I find that when I'm using AI, I can do things a lot faster. Instead of something that's going to take me 4 hours, it'll take me 20 minutes. And now I actually have time to do something else, and I can use it how I want, whether I want to dedicate it to myself, whether I want to do more work. It gives me the autonomy that we don't necessarily or generally have, and that we didn't have that pre-pandemic. And now we've kind of shifted it a bit, where there's an argument that perhaps we've got that balance of lifestyle that we need that we didn't have before. I also think that we can have I've been speaking to some schools, a very interesting space of creating AI hybrid schools, where you don't have to sit in one place. I mean, you can literally pick up your computer, go somewhere else, put it on, and have your AI teacher right there, along with a residential teacher when you need to get in. So this whole concept of new models is existing, it's taking place, and AI is just going to facilitate it faster. That's my thinking.
No, and actually, I'm with you on this, because I do think that there is going to be a shift in terms of how we look at the classroom. I've always been particularly interested in alternative models to secondary schooling. I do mean secondary school. This isn't going to work with primary because of the childcare issues associated with primary education, but I do think we're going to shift towards a hybrid model. And I think that the trouble with the discussions that we have in rooms like this is that we all work in highly premium, these are premium sort of education. This is the sort of 30 to 50, thousand US dollar bracket. And I think the really interesting bit of the project, and Kai alluded to it, is how do you bring that down? How do you bring, what does the $10,000 a year, $10,000 a year education look like? What does the $5,000 a year education look like? What does virtually free education look like? And I think that's the debate. And I think this technology has got the ability to do it. And I think bots can be teaching students. I don't know if you've come across one, Neelam, but there's a really interesting project I'm particularly sort of taken by, which is Jack Nicklaus, the golfer, has had an avatar created of himself at what he sees as the peak of his career, which was when he was 38. And the avatar will talk to you and engage you in a normal conversation, but it can read your expressions. It can see that you're bored. It can see that you're engaged. It can respond to that. Now, this is the beginning of this technology. So you can imagine that as a teacher, where somebody's teaching you maths one-to-one. It's a bot. It's an avatar teaching you a way. It spots whether you don't understand. It spots that you're bored. It spots you're going too slow. It can read you. Then you've got personalised digital learning that's scalable. Now that's unbelievable in terms of bringing that price point down of how you deliver education. It's personalised and so on. We won't be doing it at Kellett on a big scale, but it might be what educates the people. If in terms of as Kai said, the 263 million children in the world who aren't currently in education. How do we get them to first base? I think that's an interesting part of this debate. I don't know where you see. I mean, going back to premium education, Neelam, where do you see AI making the most impact over the coming years? Where are the things you're focusing on in your school? That's interesting. Anybody else want to come in on this debate? This is, there's some ideas here. Where do you guys see it working in your schools?
I like to hope that learning's social, Mark, I guess. Isn't learning a social activity? Isn't that why we're here today?
Yeah.
So to some degree, the role of AI will be somewhat limited by its inability to kind of recreate that social network that we all lean on for learning and many other things.
But schools can still be social places. So I personally think that we'll always have schools, but I suppose it depends what the function of those schools are. I remember the first digital book I ever read, and some of you would have read it as probably as one of your first digital books, which was Nicholas Negropont's Being Digital, written in 1995, and in that he basically predicted the world that we live in today, incredibly accurately. He was head of the media lab at MIT, and in that he talks about education and schools being social spaces, and actually that these are places where people congregate and come together, not necessarily where they do their learning. And he effectively sort of, in a sense, sort of talks about, you learn wherever you want to learn, but you actually come together because, the best bits about school are hanging out of break and, having it. That's why we put a coffee machine in the sixth form centre and stuff. They sit around and drink coffee and they do their work on the whole at home, sort of type thing. So I don't see it's whether we can do the knowledge transmission piece through technology, and the social piece becomes really important. I was involved in a project a couple of years ago where I was asked to design a hybrid school. If you were building a school from scratch as a hybrid school, it's a really interesting project to try and get involved, to be involved in. So you say, well, what would I actually, how many square foot, this is your footprint, what would you build? And I came up with the concept of, we wouldn't have classrooms at all. You take I did a tour earlier, you think you wouldn't have classrooms, but you'd have things like sixth form space on a big scale. You would have, so you'd have social spaces, you'd have labs to do practical work, we'd have gymnasiums and sports facilities, so it's like a social club aspect. You'd have counselling, you'd have all the welfare pieces, but the whole learning was going to be flipped. And I think the other side of that sort of school is that there were also going to be hundreds of teachers post-COVID who would like to do that. I sit at home, I teach from home, and don't have that flexibility of working. I don't know whether you've got it, but I've certainly got it with my staff here, where my younger staff are saying, we came into teaching because we'd get long holidays, and we have a work-life balance that our colleagues and friends who we were at university with, who went into industry, didn't get. Now, my son has never been to work on a Friday in his life. He's working life. He's 3 years into his career. He has never been to work, actually gone into the office on a Friday. He would say he does work on Fridays, but he has never been into the office. He only goes in on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And he's just changed companies, and part of his negotiation was, I will only come into the office on Tuesdays and Thursdays. That is, he's a 25-year-old, and these are the people, and then our 25-year-olds in education are saying, well, where's our flexibility? Well, there isn't in this sort of structure, but there is in my hybrid structure. People would go, you might go into work 2 days a week and meet your students, but you otherwise might teach them from home. These are the disruptive models that I think will be interesting going forward in terms of education.
And it's very much that push-pull, isn't it? You want people to be pulled towards this rather than pushed towards it. You really want that driver to be that it's far more engaging to really be stretched and challenged by AI within your learning journey that you were talking about, than become the lazy learner. And you know, we all kind of cringed when mobile phones come into schools and worrying about what children were doing in the corridors, sneaking off somewhere to get their hands on the mobile phone and do something dishonest and something that you wouldn't want them to do. I view AI in that almost that way. We can't have children going off and hiding in corners, trying to use AI. We've got to open it out so that it's far more transparent and pull them into useful areas of learning through it that really inspire them and motivate them, and they see value in working ethically with it within their own learning journey, rather than going off for the more attractive, unethical ways, like, you know, going onto social media or taking photographs of their mates and whacking it up online. You know, we've got to encourage them that those processes are valuable, and that they will actually be stretched and you know, really enjoy the process, rather than feeling they're being pushed into something that they're not going to enjoy. There's so much in education that children feel pushed into, examinations being one of them, that you know, approaching it as a pool is a winner, I think.
Yeah, that's really good. And I think that we've faced technology challenges before, haven't we? So I think, you know, we will face them again.
And we faced other challenges as well, not just technology challenges.
Yes.
And I think we have processes in school for dealing with things, and we have contingencies. We just need to adapt those and perhaps not see this as a monster.
Indeed. You think we've got Priya?
Yeah. We need to thank Neelam as well for being such a stalwart there and jumping in. Thank you.
Yeah, we might get you back on, Neelam.
Thank you, Neelam.
Priya, how are you?
It's early here.
Look, it's so
Can you hear
good.
me?
Yeah, we can. It's so. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can't hear you. No.
Can you hear me now? We're having to mute me at every mute the television at this end. Can you hear me now? Thumbs up. Yep. No. Can you hear? Okay. They think you can hear me now. No.
She should be able to hear you, but we can't hear her.
We can't hear you, Priya. We had you a
I
second.
have.
No, we got you now.
Touched anything?
No, that's good.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
But I can't hear you. It seems like it's one way.
Am I on? Okay, so we've got a problem at this end where we get feedback, so we're having to mute me when you're speaking. So it just becomes slightly disjointed. So hopefully you can hear me now.
I tell you what, if for 30 seconds, let me log out and log in again, just in case that helps.
Okay.
Her bandwidth. Yeah. She's got a lag.
Why is it not working?
But she's got a lag, so her bandwidth is not.
Okay.
Connections, that's why she wanted to log back in.
If I go back here, does it feedback?
There is still feedback.
Yes, it will still be the microphone picking up the speaker.
Okay. It's because, yeah, okay. Right, I'm going to have to let her do a lot more of the talking and not get as much dialogue, but she's definitely worth hearing.
She's fine.
Okay. Am I on? Okay. Priya, hopefully you can hear me. We're having to mute me every time that you speak because we're getting feedback in the room because of the way we've set up the room. I think I just need to give you more space to be able to reply. So if you put your camera on, we can probably begin. No.
I'll mute while he's talking. Tell her. Let's try again. Can you hear me? Just give me a thumbs up, Mark. Perfect. All right, great. So how about we just do the I'm done talking, you go.
Yeah.
we sort of yo-yo a little bit like that. Yes, there's definitely feedback when you're speaking, and I'll listen carefully to the question. But listen, it's lovely to be here today, and thank you so much for having me. It's an absolute honour and privilege to be speaking to all of the guests, not only online but those obviously here in person as well in Hong Kong. But please be my guest and ask questions, and I will try and answer as best I can. And Mark, I'd be very, very happy to address those as well.
Okay, so thanks, Priya. We can hear you, and I think we're just going to have to do an over and out at the end of each one. So so we're going to start off then. We haven't got your camera up. I don't know whether we can do that, but that'd be great so we can see you. But we can certainly hear you. Here we go, coming in. We've been talking a lot about where education is going to go with that in a world of AI, and what teachers should be doing to prepare students for it. I don't know, I mean, you're obviously at the sharp end of all this stuff. I wonder if you could share your thoughts on the subject.
I'm so sorry, but I think you're muted throughout the question. I hope this is not frustrating. I'm sure we'll get this right, Mark. Can you just? I'm going to meet. Can you just repeat the question, because it was muted halfway through and I didn't hear it.
Okay. Okay. So I'm asking we're looking at the future of education and how schools should prepare young people for the future of education in a world of AI.
Perfect, thank you. This is obviously a really big question. And I think we've got to separate it into a few pieces here. I think the first part is, how do we in education consider the rapid developments in the technology itself when it comes to generative AI? So I think everyone in the room is probably very familiar. They've had Dan on previously about GPT, and there are various other companies developing these large language model technologies and artificial intelligence. How in education can we prepare our young people and our students for the rise in that technology? What's that going to do from both in a sort of a more internal educational standpoint in terms of assessment, coursework, homework, how they utilize that in the classroom. The second piece is, with that LLM technology, what does that mean in terms of jobs and skills, like potential displacement of lots of jobs and skills, the sorts of roles that young people might be aspiring to later on in life. And then the third one, which is actually the most urgent issue really, that I think that we're not talking about enough, is it will be the rise of disinformation, and what other skills do we need to ensure that we're emphasizing inside of the classroom to ensure that we end up, these children will grow up in a world as adults, in a world that they want to live in a world that is not more polarized than it is today. So tackling those as sort of briefly as I can, because you can see that there are so many issues, and those aren't the only three. On the first one, in the classroom, it's sort of, do I or don't I, right? Should I use this or not in the classroom? What should I tell my students to do? There's obviously been the official advice, for example, by the International Baccalaureate, that have sort of, they were the first in a sense to embrace the technology. And I've seen that many schools, particularly in the independent sector, have very much embraced the technology. There are a few real skeptics out there who said, look, I don't want it in the classroom. I think the point there is that the train's left the station. You know, this technology is out there, it's only growing and it's only getting better. I was fortunate enough, I'd say unfortunate in a way, because it wasn't actually that illuminating, but to spend an hour of my time in the Sam Altman interviews. So he's the founder, well, he's the CEO, I should say, of OpenAI. And he's doing a world tour at the moment. If he's coming to your neck of the woods at any point, then do go and see, because at least it will give you an idea of what's the CEO of the most developed technology in this space thinking about, and how is he planning on developing this further. The point is, and the key summary is, that there's no stopping, despite letters from Elon Musk and Geoffrey Hinton leaving Google and warning the world about artificial intelligence. This is generative AI. There's no stopping that. So students will have access to the technology. They will be using it at home if they're not already. And so, how can we embrace the positives of the technology? How can we actually use it to help us with giving better feedback to students, to sort of act as a bit of a brainstorming tool while they're working on certain pieces of work, to help them extend their minds, to give a little bit more sort of personalised feedback and learning? How can we utilise that in the classroom to ensure that we're then furthering our objectives and our goals? And with any technology, at the end of the day, it is a tool, it is technology. It's about really sitting down with sort of a less scary piece of work, because sometimes I think when you ask teachers, well, look, how would you use generative AI? How would you use ChatGPT? It's like, oh, I don't even know where to start, or they'll have seen something on LinkedIn, or they'll have read Dan's book or heard Dan and thought, okay, I can use it in these ways. The best and the best starting point is actually to sit down and don't think about generative AI at all. Sit down and think, what are the problems that I'm trying to solve in my classroom? What could I solve if I was given the tools? And what goals do I want to advance and accelerate towards? And teachers will often come up with the same sorts of problems and goals. And then looking at each of those, rather than here's some shiny new technology, let's play with it and feel a little bit lost actually in all of its capabilities and what the consequences of using that technology are. Go to the problems and the goals of your classroom with your students. Sit down and write those down, and then look at the technology and say, right, is there any way in which use cases of this technology can help solve my problems or achieve my goals? This is really, it sounds really basic, but it's actually amazing how many people don't do this. Just dive right into using technology and match them up. It's simple. Start using and embracing the technology for those purposes, and avoid using it in other ways where you think actually this isn't furthering my goals or helping me solve my problems. Again, it sounds very simple, but it is really starting from first principles. So and schools will come up with different principles and policies. The reason we know that is not only are people talking about it on the various sort of education social media channels and events like this, but it's also because teaching is as personalised as learning is. And I think that sometimes when we get these very broad brush statements from technologists particularly, use this technology in this way, use this other technology in that way. Well, not every teacher delivers every lesson in the same way. So teachers have their styles of teaching. They will focus on particularly different areas. They are experts different times. The second part of that on displacement, this is sort of a whole market, it's a whole day's conference in itself, isn't it? But I think that we can lean on various sort of media out there that have done bits of research. We can lean on the World Economic Forum. So if you haven't had a look at it, a really good resource to pull up is there was a new Future of Jobs report 2023. It was published about a month ago by the World Economic Forum, and it's well worth looking at because it takes into account large language model technology. And essentially all that report does, and it's about 200 pages long, but there's a few bits in there where you can just grab the graphs of the jobs most likely to be displaced and those that are likely to thrive. And then within those, the skills. And I think there's a lot of, Mark and I probably sat in, I don't know how many hundreds of panels and events where people talk about what are the skills of the future. But those skills are really nicely sort of succinctly like, what are the top 10? What you will see in those skills, again, and I think this isn't news to many of you, but recall and regurgitation isn't any one of them, right? So they are creative thinking, problem solving, critical thinking. And so, looking at the top 10, if you like, what emphasis is there actually day to day when we have the pressures of exams? And I think that, maybe people outside of education, maybe those that are joining. I heard the last piece of the last session thinking as a teacher, I get long summer holidays and get to go home at 3:30. That's just not what teaching is like, as all of you know. But of all of the pressures that I have to deal with in the classroom, all of the things that I know I have to deliver, my own KPIs, if you like, how much emphasis are we placing on these skills? I think that is an SLT issue. It's very, very difficult for a teacher to do that on their own in the classroom. Has there been an SLT board type meeting on those? Let's go through these and let's go through it with each department. What are we really doing? And it's really about the skill sets rather than looking at specific jobs, because you'll find that there are patterns with which skills there is emphasis on, which ones there aren't. On the recall and regurgitation, just a point that I'd like to just point out to those of you who are British curriculum particularly. I don't know if there are any in the room, so I apologise if there aren't, but it's just an interesting note. The UK, Chile, New Zealand, and the US perform very, very well. In fact, we ace the OECD tests when it comes to memorization strategies used in our exam system. So we're top of the table. And so the problem with that is that if memorization strategies are key to passing those GCSEs at 16, then obviously what are the skills essentially being heavily nurtured across the entire school system? And I think that actually I've met so many schools that, in spite of the curriculum and the education system, focus on lots of the other skills that are very, very important. But if we don't have a systemic shift, if you like, then there are going to be plenty of schools that still focus on recall, memorization, regurgitation to be able to pass those exams, and that's not healthy, obviously, in an environment that's growing. The last one, just to touch on, and this is giving Mark plenty of follow-on questions, I think, but is and I think this is the biggest issue. I'm really, really worried about this. I'm actually terrified about this. I've got an 11 and a 13-year-old upstairs in bed at half term, and very worried about the world that they're going to grow up in as adults. And it's the ability of this same technology that you can embrace to solve problems and achieve your goals, that technology in the hands of bad actors. So what do? Well, at the moment you can see buildings like, bigger than Parliament, if you like, in parts of the world, just filled with rows and rows of people at desks in cubicles, churning out fake news, churning out disinformation, and doing that manually. What do you have to do in order to do that? Well, if you're Putin, you have to, have the building, you have to hire the people, you have to find a way to train them on how to do this, but you need thousands of people. With a bot with robot technology, automated technology, combined with an LLM like a GPT-4, you only need one person. You need one clever person who can build a set of automated algorithms and just churn out fake news in social media channels. So what does that mean? Well, it just means that the way in which we consume information, of which 30% of the UK receive their news from social media, 30%. So if a third of people today are receiving their information that way, that's only going to grow. My belief is that we will find that our children have much more of a digital world they live in than the physical world that they live in. I'm not saying it will be over 50%, but I know that I'm very confident it will grow from where it is now. If that world is a world where you can't trust anything, you can't trust what people are saying, it's technology's double-edged sword, because technology has been there to date to connect us. And over the pandemic, we very much felt like it enabled us to connect with each other, to grow our networks, to meet like this, to speak to a group in Hong Kong when I'm in London. And technology has always connected us. Yet I think that if we don't have some control over large language model technology, it will be the same technology that divides us. And it will create growing distrust. And that's a dangerous world, because when you can't trust what's out there and you don't know what the source is of information, then obviously it's just terrifying to think how opinions will divide, how people will make decisions, and we'll live in a more polarized world than we do today. And how do you stop that from happening? Well, some of the power resides in schools, and it is part of education, and it is that key critical thinking skill. It's that ability to question what's in front of you. It's the stuff that I learned in history at school, but ensuring that essentially that skill is drawn throughout our subjects, throughout the age groups. It's not just a particular focus at a particular time, because I think that will be the most essential skill in order to combat some of the terrifying things and concerns that can come through this technology. Mark, out there, that's a very long answer for 3 different areas to think about, but please feel free to pull on any of those threads, or if the audience have any questions, I'd be delighted to answer them.
So, thanks for that, and I hope you can hear me. you've touched on a lot of the themes that we've been exploring during the day, and particularly the issues around authenticity. But you've wrapped them together beautifully. So thank you for that. In terms of the themes and where we're going, and I think we've looked at the positives and the negatives, and and I suppose Kai came out with a very interesting phrase, which was the idea of we need to parent AI really well, to actually, and we're at that formative stage where we need to make sure we do that. So really, while I've got you, we were involved together in a group that you put together around the ethics of AI, and I think some of the things you've touched on there, and we haven't really explored some of the ethical questions around AI, particularly in education and where we're going. And I know this is an area of particular interest to you, and I'd be interested in your thoughts on what ethical considerations we should be thinking of as school leaders when putting together a curriculum and preparing our young people. Because as I say, you've got a very strong background in this area.
Mark, again, that's just this is the problem with this area. It's just such a huge question. It's like, and it's not the question that's the problem. Is we have to answer these questions, and I think that so I don't know if any of you are aware. So the Institute for Ethical AI is what Mark is referring to, and we had a global independent council. We're very grateful for Mark's time, and he spent a lot of time with us creating. Developing the Institute and its work. The Institute ended up publishing, because we didn't really know, we were thinking, what do we publish? Is it a white paper talking about various ethical issues? Is it on like the curriculum? Is it on how we purchase the technology? And having listened to the council, which was full of educators from around the world, we decided that actually the most helpful thing was to build a framework. And the framework was how to procure AI. Which is very different to what we set out to do. And the reason why was because there are so many considerations. There are so many considerations of what's the difference between how to use this in the right way, what are all the issues, what are the biggest problems with, and this is not an AI problem, and I think this is something that everyone should take home. This is a data problem. So how does one ethically use the data of individuals in a way to help further those positive goals, but ensure that data is not misused? How can you create a system that doesn't have bias in education? Where so imagine a system where, so this is another big area is, and this is a question that you could all ask companies and suppliers of AI products that you might be using in the classroom. But how do you ensure that particular product, if it's using AI, is not taking the demographic data of all of your students? And see, if you're in international schools, you have lots of expats from different parts of the world. How do you ensure it's not taking the demographic data, personal sensitive data like special needs, and then tailoring a personalization or a personalized set of feedback, but also based on the demographic of the student? Because you can see how that would create bias. The best example that I'll give you, which is educational, but it's not quite related to classroom sort of technologies, is very simple, just so we can all wrap our heads around it, is recruitment, right? So if all of your students are in sixth form and they're looking for work experience, right? And you say, let's go on this app, it's brilliant, we're using it in our school to help you find some work experience, write the cover letter, send your CV across and all of that. And if it's an AI application, how is it coming up with the recommendations of work experience? Is it based on LinkedIn? Because the real world is really biased. It's full of discrimination. I was told when I was a kid, there's no way you'd be a barrister because you're female, you're not white, and you're certainly not smart enough to go to Oxbridge. So if it was trained on the sort of barristers of the 90s, then no Asian would ever be recommended that particular career path. So I think the key issues are what is happening to the data. Because when we talk about AI, what is AI? Let's think about that for a second. AI is essentially a huge collection of unstructured data, of information, where a machine is trained on that information for a specific goal, right? So you feed, essentially, you'll all be familiar with the sort of the look of a neural network, right? Which is kind of, it's got lots of sort of neurons in it, in different layers, if you like, connected by lots of lines. And you usually see it as an image with maybe about 4 different sets of circles with lots of lines all over it. Actually, a neural network has thousands and thousands of lines and little neurons and connections. What is it actually? So you're feeding this network, this set of algorithms, if you like, input data. The input data is just a set of numbers, right? And you're feeding it input data, and essentially you're training it to come up with a probability, right? This is all about probabilities. So you're saying, in Sentry, for example, Sentry is not a generative AI. We're not an LLM, but it is an AI, and it will feed all of the data of how Mark has performed on an educational technology system, but it will also feed it with Neelam and all of you and everyone else on the system. How have you performed in maths or Macbeth in English literature? And then essentially what it shoots out is a probability that Mark will perform well or not well in Act 2, Scene 3 of that particular literature piece of Macbeth, right? So how is he going to perform on a particular question? How is he going to perform on a particular skill set related to that question? And it just shoots out a probability. But all it is it's a load of inputs, which is very, very complex, and then it shoots out a probability. So when we were thinking about this ethical framework for AI, it was like, well, what makes up artificial intelligence is a lot of data. So what is happening to the data? Is there any bias in that system that's shooting out those particular probabilities? How is it being used, and how is it being embedded in the classroom? And the framework came out with essentially this sort of procurement set of questions, so that if you're an educational institution, you have the ability to ask the right questions, and it's being revisited. There'll be a sort of second version of it that Professor Lakhani has taken on since GPT, because that's raised further issues that I think that the Institute would need to consider. I think the biggest, with all of the issues, Mark, I think the key point for me to really get across today is most people don't know what AI is. It's really interesting. AI isn't equal. All AI isn't equal. So there are different types of AI. And actually, the only way in which you can be, I think, very confident that you have considered the wide range of ethical issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, how you're using it in the classroom, how you're embedding it, is there bias in the system, what data of the students is being used, what data of other students is being used, how are these systems churning out those probabilities and those what looks like lovely pieces of text in a large language model, but essentially it's literally a set of probabilities about which word goes where, and it's very clever. I'm really excited about ChatGPT and what it can do. But how is that essentially creating potential problems for certain students? How is it furthering our goals with certain students? The only way to think about all of that is to actually be a better consumer of artificial intelligence. And being a better consumer of artificial intelligence doesn't mean you learn how to code and you know how to build it, which is wonderful if you can. But it's really just trying to look at how is it built? What is it actually doing? Do I know enough so I can explain that to a member of my family in very simple terms about what this technology is doing and what is it built on? And then being able to think about the wide range of issues that are only going to be growing over the next few weeks and months, because I think we're really at a very, very early stage of this technology right now. What I saw over the last couple of months by some of the largest companies in the world, things that they're hoping to release is extraordinary. And if anyone's sitting in the audience thinking, okay, well, this is really about typing in questions, giving it a few parameters to churn out what looks like a very clever answer, that is simply only scratching the surface.
Thank you, Priya. And thank you for touching on some of those ethical issues. I think it's an area that we haven't covered. I'm going to open it up to the audience and see where you want to go. Yeah, please.
Just a couple of times people have mentioned the amazing things that are going to happen in a couple of months. And I just wonder if you could give us some insight into what that might be.
Yeah, sure. So there's a few different things that I've seen, right? Because I think it's always a bit crazy when we're sort of making stuff up about how this technology will look. So at the moment, people are a few steps removed from building, let's say, an AI personalized video, right? So you could say, I want to create a speech on artificial intelligence by a guy called Mark Steed. Do you know him? Are you familiar with him? And if it's trained on the internet, probably familiar with Mark and some of his pieces and posts. So you create your auto script using a GPT type technology, right? You take the script, you copy and paste it potentially into some sort of audio AI. You then copy and paste that into some sort of slide presentational AI, and you'd be about 3 to 4 steps. Kind of video that's in the style of a Mark Steed, and you're a few clicks away. So what people have been working on is 1 click away. Can I go and type in create a multimedia piece on X, and then essentially it draws in all of these technologies together, and you get this personalized content. Why is that big for education? Why is it big for Century, for example, for us? Well, because content creation takes a long time. I don't think that we're at a stage where we're going to be getting rid of the human. We're not going to be getting rid of the QA, because actually content that is just churned out by, I think you all know the risks about confabulation of these technologies, and they're trained on the internet, so they're trained on everything historical, right? They're not able to create new and novel pieces of information. But,
Sorry.
So being able to put all of those technologies together is actually really, really powerful. And as a teacher in a classroom, you want to create a fantastic, novel, unique video in your particular style of, about the Battle of Hastings. Imagine being able to type that into a machine and that coming up with also unique new images. Now obviously the biggest caveat here, and I'll just say it because I think it's important, I'm a former media copyright barrister, is that obviously what those images are trained on, there's all sorts of court cases at the moment, because the original creators of those images, where the AI has been trained on those, saying that they're not substantially different, and there's all sorts of class action suits that are very fun to read about in the US at the moment, and also now in the UK. But once that issue is overcome, that's what you'll be able to do. You'll be able to get students to do that. What does that mean for students' presentation and coursework? Go and present a video on the Battle of Hastings. What does a student really need to do? And I think one of the issues that you'll have to deal with is, at what point are you thinking? At what point are you using your brain and applying it and thinking about the various elements? Because some of the things that I've seen churned out by this sort of technology is really impressive, and it would pass, right? You'd look at it and say, that's brilliant. But at what point has the human, it's always about, for me, it's always about separating the HI from the AI. Where's the human intelligence and where's the artificial intelligence? There's no problem using this sort of generative AI at all, in my view, to help us and to solve those problems, to achieve those goals. But where's the HI element? And are we ensuring that we can see that being nurtured and that being developed? So being able to separate those. And the second is in the metaverse. So the metaverse, many of you will have played around with virtual reality, but a metaverse that has AI inbuilt, so it's a convergence of these technologies. Like the point I made before with the convergence on disinformation is the convergence of large language model AI with social media. Right? It's a convergence of 2 different technologies. So the convergence of other technologies together is what you'll be seeing in the next few months. And that's why, as that becomes more appealing and more exciting, particularly to young people, I see a future where, the percentage of time they will be living in their digital world will be higher than what it is now.
Well, No, thank you for those insights. And yeah, God, I mean, yes, I guess we can see that that's the direction of travel. It'd be interesting to see how quickly we get there. I suspect faster than we thought. Kenny, you wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, thanks, Mark, and hi, Priya. I just wanted to take you back to the ethical topic again, because you spent 2.5 years developing the framework, and if Rose and Anthony were on this call alongside you, some 2+ years on from that, how might you evaluate the impact of that ethical framework? I mean, is that something that you have seen continue to grow, or is it a drum that still needs to be banged very loudly, so that all these tech giants and other manufacturers and product developers have that at the forefront? And that's one part of the question. And then the second part of that question is, as a school, should individual schools consider developing their own ethical framework, and maybe doing that alongside students, so that students begin to consider the ethics of their own actions and behaviours in using and working with AI?
So that's such a brilliant question. I love it. Look, I'm going to start with the last part. Students should all be involved in this. They're always the missing voice. And actually, at one of the conferences that I was in recently, I had a bunch of their students come to the office, and we did a big debate on AI, and they recorded the output, because what students talk about is interestingly exactly what gets talked about at these adult conferences. And I asked them to write a letter and then present that at one of the conferences. So there's been a few in the last week, because there's been lots of AI talk, obviously, given the rising interest. And the students' letter was, what we students want you grown-ups to think about when developing this technology. And there was a long list of all the kind of ethical issues and concerns, but also all of the areas of excitement, where they actually want to be able to utilize the technology in a very, very positive way. So have debates in school. Teachers are brilliant at hosting and crafting debates in school, not just for the debating society group, but the entire school, to be able to think about this. You're making them better consumers of the technology already. You're already educating them about artificial intelligence. If you do that, so that's what I always would recommend, because they are a key voice in this conversation. On the first point, it wasn't used enough. It wasn't used enough, and the reason why is that I've been talking about artificial intelligence for a decade now, and many of you may use Sentry, you might not. There are very few AI applications, real AI applications in education. It's interesting how much AI was used as a marketing term pre-ChatGPT, and how many companies have taken the words AI off their websites, because now they know that people will become better consumers of AI. They'll start asking the right questions, and then it'll become clear that technologies don't actually have that technology. And so the reason why I'd say that the ethical framework wasn't used enough is because we didn't get asked often enough, right? As one of the world's leading companies and the CEO of that company who wants to be asked all the questions in the framework, how many times have my team actually been asked and referred to that framework? Not very often. There are not many other companies you would ask those questions to, because they just don't exist. There was although the presence of the AI in education in the classroom has grown so much, and particularly over COVID, and then that's been retained, it's not grown and scaled in the same way as ChatGPT. What's really interesting, and that was interesting about your question, was that the level of interest in artificial intelligence has grown exponentially since the morning that ChatGPT was released. Educationists are now interested. They want to have the conversation about AI. Can I use it? How great is it for our purposes? Or what are the concerns and what are the threats and where is it going? So there's now suddenly a global conversation about this technology that we created the framework early on, thinking here is non-generative AI. There's no threats about it. If it's been developed with no bias, etc., then this is a really, really positive use of AI for the classroom, specifically for the classroom. But yet there's no global conversation about it. We talk about it a bit here and there, but people are just like, oh, well, that's kind of the future technology. The worst question I was ever asked constantly was, will it replace teachers? And the minute you sort of dispel that myth, It's like, okay, I kind of get it, and people would get on with their normal lives, but they wouldn't refer to the ethical framework by the Institute. They wouldn't ask those questions. It's fascinating. Since November and GPT's release, as I said, everyone's talking about it. There's a conference there's like 5 conferences a week about it. And there's, we need an ethical framework. There is one. It's really interesting. And it's because ChatGPT has captured the imagination of the masses, and it's out there for everyone to use. But it does need a bit of a review, given that large language model, this generative AI technology is just different from non-generative AI. And it poses some different issues that need to be taken into account in the second draft of the review. Should schools have their own? My answer would be, look, if you feel as though, if you read the framework and the second draft when it comes out, for example, and you say, actually, I've got further concerns, then I'd be additive, and I would actually write to Professor Rose Luckin or Anthony Selden or myself or Mark or anyone in the council and say, look, I think these things need to be added to it. If there is one, it is more like, and it's global, and it's more likely to be adhered to by all the suppliers. Because what happens is that you have companies with a lot of money who, have to go through procurement processes with schools. If every school has its own framework, which essentially ends up becoming part of the procurement process, that will stifle innovation, because it will become difficult for companies to say, right, there's 30,000 schools in England alone, and I've got 30,000 frameworks to answer questions to. If you have a global standard, kind of all-encompassing framework that people have to adhere to, it's incredibly powerful, because what that means is that no startup, no scale-up, no technology company, not even your biggest ones with so much money, will be able to be outside of the bounds of that particular framework, because that company will know there is no way we can enter this market without adhering to these specific principles. So I think that there's power in you coming together. And again, if that particular framework that was, was done and Buckingham University host it, if you like, if that's not good enough, now's the time to read it and to say, right, we want all of these things added to it. And you don't have to fund it, right? Because it's there and it was funded already. And there's an independent council. So that's what I would recommend doing, just because I think there's power to you all coming together rather than dealing with what is very fast, innovative technology with a lot of money behind it, but doing it in a really fragmented way where I just don't think some school policies will stick, So hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you.
So, no, thank you for that. Sorry, just getting the mics working here. Are there any more questions? I'm very conscious that you've been incredibly generous with your time at a ridiculously difficult time of the day. It's early where you are, and we're really grateful for you joining us. So, is there anybody got a final question? Priya, hugely grateful to you. Thank you so much for giving up your time and sharing your wisdom and expertise. It's been a great privilege again to spend some time with you. Thank you for joining us today. We really do appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Any further questions on AI, don't hesitate to get in touch. I'm on LinkedIn. I think there was a couple of questions in the chat actually, but I think how do we understand that not all AI is the same? It's not all equal. I think actually it'd be really, really good to have in those inset days that are coming up, for example, over the summer, actually just if one member of staff who's particularly confident can point even to a few sort of 5-minute YouTube videos on, what's the difference between general and narrow AI, what's the difference between generative and non-generative AI. If you can get a couple of pieces together, I did that talk for another conference where I actually went through and explained the differences. Actually, people left thinking, wow, I really get this now. I think if you can do that within your sort of inset days, carve out, no more than a couple of hours, and then have a discussion with those problems and those goals, I think that everyone will feel very much more in control of this technology as it develops, and you'll be able to reap the rewards of it and the opportunities, as well as safeguard against the concerns and the harms. But any other questions, please don't hesitate to get in touch on LinkedIn. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Cheers.
So the big hand's gone past the 10. So This is the penultimate, not the ultimate bit. And we've got about 15 minutes, and I might have to just check my phone because Professor Sharma had a government meeting. Oh, it's not my phone. Sorry. You can have it back. She asked whether she could do 4:30, and I said no because I think we'd all be exhausted by then. So she compromised at 4:15. I started yesterday and this morning the same. I started by saying, what do we draw from this? Because all of us, like normally when I go away from a conference, I think, okay, and I've got a couple of things. I said, right, I'm definitely going to try that and try this, and there might be a third thing. But there's always one at the top that I think. I mean, I'm definitely going to quote the young Kai, because he said the parented AI needs. Best ones for our young people, and we should treasure them ourselves and also get them to treasure them. And so in saying that, so I've mentioned a couple of things that I'm going to take from today. I've read Dan's book because on the plane on the way across I had an opportunity to sit down and I did read it, which is one of the things I wanted to do, and I benefited from that. And I think we mentioned that this morning. But is there anything that's right at the top of piles? And that could be people on the call. Doesn't have to be people in the room. If there's anything that people are going to take away from this and they think is compelling for other people to take away, just like I said, the AI needs parenting. Has there anyone got anything that they think they want to do?
I think it's about getting the conversation started with the different stakeholders. And we've got 3 weeks to the end of term. I was talking to Kenny about this. It's like, do we leave this until August, or do we actually get going now? And that's what I'm kind of pondering right now, because obviously it's in there, and we've already heard in 2 months' time the horizon's going to have shifted. So I kind of feel like wanting to get that conversation started with those different groups, with the teachers, with the parents, with the students.
Because we've got this idea of learning doesn't just happen like in the Matrix. You plug in and you can do jiu-jitsu straight away, can't you? Learning in real life, and it's interesting. Lots of research has been done on teaching. Lots of research has been done on schools. How much research has been done on learning? Very little. And I think learning takes time for me. And I normally see there, I start thinking about things and I don't expect to know things quickly, and I let that take time and I talk to people about it. That's why I thought we'd have these things. Because I can see in education there's a lot of discontent, there's a lot of issues that we can't deal with. And I thought, what do we do? So I thought we need to talk to people and get this and get the people online so that we could actually build a conversational community. And if I was you, I'd say to my staff, just like we've done today, here's a question. How is AI and society going to go evolve? What do you think we should be doing? What do you want to do?
It's interesting because I was asked to come into the Department for Education in England, and we chatted for about 2 hours about kind of where this technology's going. As I say, we chatted. I talked for about 2 hours after them about where I thought this technology was going. And at the end of the conversation, they essentially said, if you were in our position, what would you do now? And I said, I think the first thing that kind of it kind of resonates with what you just said. Really, I think people are just waiting for you to just acknowledge that you know it exists, and that you know the risks and you know the benefits. And then that's what we did. So they drafted a statement which went out, I think it was on the 30th of March, which just pretty much said, look, we know this exists, we know people are using it, we know the benefits, we know the risks. And it just kind of made, I mean, it's very kind of first step stuff, and they need to now get on and do a lot more and fast. But it just kind of makes people in schools just think, all right, okay, so there is somebody who knows about this, and there's somebody who's actually thinking about it as well. And I think probably what that'll do is it'll help your teachers, your staff who are thinking about it and not sure if there's guidance coming or not, or how you want them to use it. But also your students as well, because I think I forget who was saying it before, but about students might have that mindset of when they're using it, they're cheating, or they're using something they probably shouldn't be using. But just saying, look, we know it exists, we know you're using it, we see amazing potential with this, and we also want to kind of talk about some of the risks with it as well, just like we would with anything else. I think just makes them think. And also, if you're worried about them handing in work and passing it off as their own, that's come from ChatGPT, it might just make some of them think, well, actually, it's not our secret anymore. Like, the school knows about it, where they know what this technology is.
And I love what you said earlier. It's just like a vibe that you just say, I really like that piece you wrote, and that sentence. Can you explain a little bit more? And you know as soon as you start talking to them whether they know, And it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's just another method.
I think it's coordinating those conversations. You're talking about after education conversation. We're part of a global international skills group. We've got 75,000 students across 33 countries. That's a significant number of users, and yet we still have a coordinated conversation as school leaders on this. My takeaway is to go away and encourage that conversation at my level globally.
And we beat ourselves up as teachers all the time. We've always set some standard up here and I think, in the mental health world, they talk about a good enough response, because if you go for a best response, sometimes people feel and they lose their efficacy and they think, I can't do that. Whereas if you go for a good enough response, so a good enough response would be to start the conversation, to ask people what they think about, ask people what their concerns are, point them towards a few things, and we've shared loads of stuff over the last month, and there'll be more stuff we're sharing after this, and just point them to empower their curiosity, because I think that's one of the things. If we take that approach with our staff, hopefully they'll be able to then echo that with the students. Because if we build a culture which is based around understanding and conversation and being comfortable with failure, obviously not bad failure, like people dying but if we get comfortable with respectable failure that we can manage, then and put those boundaries in place, and I think that would be good. Anything else anyone's got as a
From the conversation, I think the keywords that I get is awareness and adaptation. While all our students are already using ChatGPT, we should do the same. So while they're submitting project to us with that, we should be able to use the ChatGPT to choose, to look at the answers, see which one is the best. So we also be able to, enrich our knowledge through that. And through the conference, I learned about these new adaptive add-on, like the Wolfram Alpha, like the MidJourney. I think this is going to be good for us. So we need more platforms, so we increase our awareness in terms of what are the things that we need to know, so that we could, at the same time, change the way, while the students' learning phase is different, the way we set the projects is no longer the same. While in the past it's just right or wrong answer, and into the future it will be more no right or wrong answer. You have to debate and tell us how you come to that result. so that the whole classroom is going to be different. So that's the way I learned from these 2 days.
I think, yeah, use it. And I think, and I say this almost flippantly, but bear with me. I think because if we use it and we let the students use it, we're very, very quickly going to come to the realization that ChatGPT is creating the resources, ChatGPT is analysing the resources, ChatGPT is answering the questions, and then ChatGPT is marking it. And we're going to get to a position where we actually see how ridiculous the current way of doing things is. And I think once we get to that stage, and we're at that stage, because I don't think that's a group stage. I think that people are experiencing that in their own pockets wherever they are at the minute. I think once we're at that stage, then we start to go, right, we need to get around a table and think about this because it's obviously not working. Because obviously then the only other solution really is to go no AI, and we have closed book assessments, and that's how we do it. And there are all people arguing for that. Last time, well, a few months ago when I was on Good Morning Britain, I was literally up against somebody. We were having a debate, and they were arguing for that, for closed book exams, no more coursework, and so there is a movement who really want to do that, who want to protect the current system at all costs, which I think is really dangerous. And I think what it does is, and I was saying this to the teachers yesterday, if you've got a school at one side of the road and a school at the other side of the road, and one school's embracing AI, building the digital capabilities with the students, allowing them to collaborate with it, allowing them to go and explore future careers with those skills, and then you've got a school that is holding on for dear life to how it's always been done, you're just going to see the vast difference of where those students end up. It's going to be inevitable. And at the end of the day, for safeguarding the way we've always done it, we're just going to make our students suffer from that. And it's not even like, I'm getting on a hobby horse here, but it's not even like, it's not even like the current system's any good. 1 in 3 people last year, 1 in 3 GCSE students in England last year failed their English or Maths GCSE. 1 in 3. We've got record levels of mental health issues with students. Like, there's a lot of damage being done. But there's this, and Priya mentioned it as well about, but we're proud, and Nick Gibb, the schools minister in England, wrote an article in one of the papers last week, gloating about how well they've done over the last 10 years. Now, and I'm not making this political, I just think the direction of where we've been in the last 10 years is we've just reinforced a traditional system, and I think it's not doing anyone any good. And if you look at teachers as well, teachers need that breathing space, and that's why I spend a lot of my time trying to help them optimize the current system. But I'm not a fan of the current system, but if we can give them some leeway in that system, give them some time back, then it's gonna help for the time being. But I do think, and I'm aware most of you weren't here for my keynote yesterday, but I talked about there's a framework that I love called the 3-box solution to innovation, and it's by a guy called Vacher, who's a professor at Columbia University in America, and he says right, any organisation needs to optimise their current system. It's what we do. It's what we do naturally. Really, we've got a way of doing things. We've got a way of achieving success, whether that be that's the grades the students get at the end of the day. So we really fine tune that. And I've worked in secondary schools where we've had mantras like every second counts, thinking hard, and it's all consequences of fine tuning and engineering the system to the nth degree, factory like, to use that cliche. And we call that fine tuning innovation, but it's not innovation. VJ says actually there's a third box. I'll come back to the second box in a second. There's a third box where actually true innovation is going, how do we actually change the system? Not what's going on inside the system, but how do we change the system? And not just for the sake of it either, not just because we want to get rid of a system because it might be doing perfectly well, but because there's external factors. And he calls these weak signals, and he says, right, if we spend a bit of time, a bit of resources, and this could be like a few hours a week, a few members of staff, or however you want to do it, but if we spend that time just doing a bit of research, doing a bit of reading, going, right, what's coming down the line? It could be, there's been indication in the next 5 years there's going to be government policy change that would affect us. It could be competitors getting stronger, which is a really interesting point for education. I don't think the education system, maybe the independent sector, I guess to a certain degree, but state school has never really had a competitor that could take children and educate them in a different way. That's happening right now. There's systems and there's schools, mainly from America. I know one personally from Kenya that started during COVID, which is starting to use AI to provide alternatives. And I interviewed Gerd Leonhard, who's a futurist from Switzerland a few months ago, and he's very adamant, and I can totally see where he's coming from, that the next Google, the next $1 trillion company, will be a private education company. And that could be Khan Academy, it could be something that we haven't actually just hasn't started yet, but there will be viable alternatives. So we need to start thinking, well, how do we get ready for that? How do we start coming up with plans for that? And to be honest, if we'd been doing that the last few years, we probably would have realised what was coming down the line in terms of AI, and we could have maybe started planning. Box 2, by the way, is just what do you get rid of from the current way of doing things in order to help you shift to the innovation. That's probably the most difficult box, really. It's the one that people feel the most. So I'm very much of the opinion that a lot of what we talk about at the minute is optimising the current system. And I think that's because it's where people are at and they need it. And it's a way in as well. It's like it's the entry level for getting used to this AI technology and the impact it can have. But I think very, very quickly we need to move to box 3, and we need to go, right, this is going to change. We've heard it so many times today. 6 months time, 12 months time, 10 years time. 10 years goes fast. You know, if you're doing the same thing year in, year out in education, those 10 cycles of an academic year can go really fast. But in 10 years time, we're going to be living in a very different world. And if we haven't looked out the classroom window towards the horizon before then, when we do look out the window, it's going to be a very, very different place. And the students who are leaving are going to be going into a world where, unfortunately, they're irrelevant.
And so that's quite a useful thing, because if we're going to have conversations, and if we're going to advise leaders in schools to have conversations, to look out of the class, look outside the school, to look to what's going on, and to build those networks and have conversations outside, I think that would be probably a useful piece of advice.
In my book, shameless pitch here, but on the chapter on leadership, I kind of go through.
Where did we get the book?
Sorry?
Where did we get it?
I've got a suitcase over there with a few.
I've got my wallet.
But I kind of go through the first part of the chapter on leadership is all about the 5 virtues of a leader for the AI revolution. And one of them is collaboration. Sounds fairly obvious, but I don't think we do enough where we have when I wrote that chapter, I had in my mind a head teacher of an average secondary school in England, because that's kind of my background, that's my experience. And I thought, you know what, there's no collaboration with local universities, higher education. Further education is seen as a bit odd to most secondary heads. Industries, careers, education on the whole is paid lip service to. Even though we've got the Gatsby benchmarks and all of that now, it's kind of still a tick box activity. We don't have that true collaboration. So how do we know what's going on in the industry? How do we know how higher education is moving and getting the expertise from the academics there? I think we need to open those doors, and I think things like this as well. And it's really encouraging, because I think, like Priya said, I've been to some of the same events that she's been to over the last few weeks, and these conversations are going on. People are starting to say, right, let's get together and learn from each other. But again, it's the independent sector. I'm not seeing it much in the state schools.
And you can point your staff, and you can look yourselves at some of the things that are going on. There is so much going on, isn't it? as Priya says, there's something on every day. And that's why I was glad we fitted in and we booked this early enough, otherwise we couldn't have done it. Professor Sharma's just joined, which is fantastic. I'll sit in your chair, or do you want to do it?
No, you do this. Go on. Yes, you know.
And I'll try and keep it short. So I think we've got a couple of takeaways at least. And obviously there's a channel by which you're contacted for this. You know there's a social channel, and I tried to put some things in pictures. I wasn't playing on my phone. Oh, it's over there. She's over there. Okay. Thank you, Professor Sharma. I'm so glad you could join us this afternoon. How are you?
You've got the camera. We need to.
The camera's there.
Get the camera.
My privilege. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm glad that I have joined all of you, and thank you again to the technology that we are again so close to each other, being physically so far.
No, we keep having these conversations. It's great. And how come you've got so many hits on your resource? I mean, you had 500 within a few hours this morning. Did you get that? No.
Sorry.
My question for you is, how come you got so many views on your resource, the PDF we put up this morning?
Yes, because I think the way you have disseminated the idea of this particular concept of AI, I think which is the need of the time, and I think people are very much desperate to know more about that, and I really appreciate the way you have concentrated especially on this area, and you have made huge lot of efforts for putting up, the ideas from people across the world, and definitely the students and the faculty and officials are going to get a lot of advantage with this initiative you have taken forward.
Thank you. Thank you, but I don't think that's the reason. I think it's because you're famous.
Thank you.
What I'm going to try and do is sum up what we've done over the last 2 days and tell you where we are and try and get your feedback on that. So I think everyone has said they need to read Dan's book. So Dan Fitzpatrick's book seems to be a thing to read. I don't know why they're saying that, and I've pledged it more than him, and I don't know what, and I'm not getting commission, honestly. And there's a bit on leadership there. I think we've also agreed that we need to have conversations in our schools and say to people, we know that there are issues here, but we need to find out about it, and to encourage our staff to join the conversations and to have these conversations. Your point, I thought, was beautiful, and I'm just trying to bring it to the front of my mind now. Do you want to just say, no, sorry, the lady behind you. Can you make your point
about awareness and
yes.
adaptation. So I was talking about that because of the ChatGPT, the learning actually happens slightly differently. So a lot of the learning maybe is doing at home, so people can read the YouTube, or else through learning, a lot of things are done. And then the classroom is going to be different as well. So maybe we'll be judging a student by the presentation skills, how they can defend for what they've done. So that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, that's really good. And I think this idea of, we're concerned about the authenticity of work and the veracity, whether it's the students' work and veracity. And I think we said that we would talk to the student and try and work out from them whether it was true or not. And because that's our job, we should be able to work that out. And also, we should build perhaps a good enough culture where it's acceptable to make mistakes and we need to learn together. At High Tech High, they have a policy that they team teach, and they across faculties, and they support each other, and someone who's new would be supported by someone, and it's just a simple mentorship. So there's a variety of ways that we can support each other to learn about this. And we had a few answers to your question about how AI and society can co-evolve, and we thought that was such a great question. And I wondered if you could answer that.
I would. Organization cannot grow without the help of the society. And definitely, if we put up an effort of any of the intervention or any of the initiative which we want that to grow in any of the organization, institute, or maybe a school, we definitely want the support from the society. As the school grow, definitely the society is going to grow, because definitely we need to do the hand holding to the society, and definitely the society is going to do the hand holding to the school. So it's basically give and take from a school to the society and society to the school. And we always feel that the school is the miniature of the society. So whatever initiatives we want to do in the school premises or inside any of the institute, definitely that particular result is going to go in the society. More the school grows, more the society is going to grow, and more that nation is going to grow. So that's what is the way we follow any of the initiatives. So in India, especially what we are working here, we have made many of the mentor teachers who are working and who are getting many of the trainings related to any of these new interventions put forward by government officials. And what we are going to do, we train these mentor teachers, which then after taking the training, they do the cascading. So that mentor teachers cascade their training in their school to many of their mentees as well as their mentee schools. And later on, those mentees spread over or disseminate that particular knowledge or that training inside their schools. And that's the way we are spreading the things in whole of the state vis-a-vis whole of the country. And that's what is the motto behind any of the interventions we are following.
And do you have any assessment of how well this is going? Or perhaps a better question is, how are you assessing the success of this cascade system?
Yes, we generally go for some of the researches related to this, and along with the trainings, the researchers are there which collect the data. We also collect the data related to their attendance, related to how many training a particular teacher or the mentor teacher has been taking forward, because in NEP 2020 it is mandated that every teacher needs to go for minimum of 50 hours of competency based training. So for whatever the interventions we are putting forward, the teachers are getting the training on that, and after taking the training they are getting that certification of that 50 hours of successful completion of the competency-based trainings. Other than that, we have also the Diksha portal and many other Swayam portals wherein the teachers are taking the training, and the MOOC courses, which is definitely famous worldwide. So these MOOC courses again are helping a lot, because CBSE has also launched many of these kind of courses wherein we get, after 2 hours of the training, we get the certification, and that certification definitely is a part and parcel of assessment of this thing. So we do assess on the basis of the training, on the basis of the feedback, and on the basis of the small tests which are being carried forward along with the trainings.
That's that's a great example, and I know that follows the AI for Youth model of cascading, doesn't it? But I think that is such a good model, and I think all of us can, I'm sure, I know Mark in his school has taken that approach of cascade, and I think it's a really good. Will you be publishing any data on that?
We look forward that it's still ongoing. The research is still ongoing, and we look forward that within a year or after completion of few more trainings, we will definitely put forward the data. We also have the data related to NES, that is the National Assessment Scheme, and wherein we put forward that whatever the trainings we are doing and whatever the students are learning, whether the students are getting that kind of grade or not, or whether the students are learning to what that particular level which we want the students to learn. So the things are that there are many initiatives and many projects which are going on, the researches are going on. So I think it's a part and parcel of our daily routine, and we are working on that, and I think that we will come up with a huge lot of research results and the findings, and definitely we are going to disseminate that.
Oh wow. I'm really grateful for your time, and I know how busy you are, and you sharing your perspective with us and sharing all your resources and making the film and doing the PowerPoint. I'm so grateful for you sharing all that. I just want one more question, and also I'm grateful that the people online have given up so much of their time, and the lovely people here have all given up so much, and people like Mark and Nick, well particularly Nick, who's done so much work to organize this. And we have a fantastic, it's like a film studio here. There's cameras and microphones everywhere, and there's a team of media students who've been filming everything. It's a great accolade for the Kellett School, I think. And I think I'll congratulate them later separately. But I have one more question. The question that we've been talking a lot about is ethics. And I obviously, it's still going to be fairly brief. It's going to be a brief answer because if you want to post on this more, but how are you dealing with the challenges of the ethics with AI?
Ian and everyone, ladies and gentlemen, I think no work is having a success embedded in it until unless there are no challenges. We will not enjoy the success until unless you don't face those challenges. And I love the challenges to put forward. If you go to the hardiness technique anytime, which has been given by Kubasa, it says that until unless the challenges are not there, you will not enjoy anything. And I think until unless we follow a path of a concept mapping or a planning which we have done, I think introducing any of the tool, providing the support, because what is important, the main thing which is important is we cannot rely completely on the technology. So whenever we introduce any technology, we just need to always introduce that thing. And definitely after introducing that technology, we just need to handhold, because here the technology will not help you. Here only your support, your handholding and your affective domain will take a major role. And I think here the teacher is important. So educator plays a vital role after introducing the technology, and in between the students are playing with the technology. The teacher's role, a supporter, a facilitator is very much important. We always need to provide the support, we always need to encourage the critical thinking, and we need to keep up-to-date students, whatever they want to try on with this technology or with this AI, and new things which are coming up nowadays every now and then, after every second, I must say. Yeah. So always take care of students' cognitive health, one thing, affective health for sure, and definitely the cognitive health, the psychomotor, the kinesthetics health, that is again a very big support. So it's about the holistic development of students. Challenges will definitely come. Coping up with challenges is an important thing which you need to showcase in front of your students, that you're a role model to face these kind of challenges. And I think that challenges makes us strong, the way we have crossed these couple of last 2 years. I think that we are now strong enough to show this to Almighty and to everyone that whatever comes across, the educators are not going to lean, they are going to steep up whatsoever is the height. So I think challenges is a must, and we need to learn how to cope up with all these challenges. So we give the support to the educators, the in-service teachers, the pre-service teachers, to the students, cognitive health definitely, the affective health definitely, and the kinesthetic health definitely. So I think with the blend of all these three, the holistic development is definitely possible. Thank you.
You are very refreshing to end what's been a long couple of days for us, and to bring it all back and to see your attitude towards struggle and the challenge. And I just want to draw two more things before I let you and everyone else go. I think the first one is you endorse what Niki Lee talked about this morning, which is high touch. And I think we have had a low touch. Historically, we've often given people technology and said, there you are. And if you give a doctor or a dentist that, they would be horrified. They'd have to have a certificate before they can use it, and we've given all sorts of dangerous things to teachers. And I think secondly, I remember we did what was this? This was a project we had to look at what was the 6 important things that digital could offer to schools, and we realized at one point 66% of schools weren't comfortable with the data, and they weren't comfortable with the security, and they weren't happy with the use of technology in schools. This was in 2017, so we came up with a response to that, which was 6 things, and it's called Developing Digital. It's a book, and Intel published it, and in that we came up with an arbitrary figure. I remember talking to Mark about it and saying, how much money should people spend on training? And we invented a figure of 20%. We said, whatever you spend on equipment, you should spend 20% of that on training. We made it up. I've never been challenged that once. And when we reviewed, people were spending 2%, 1%, 0.5%. And I think just to put a big figure there, because people knew what they were spending on devices and giving those devices to people to use, and if they weren't going to concurrently spend that time on support, which you've endorsed beautifully. You've got a national project, a huge project with so many teachers, so many schools, and you are endorsing right the way through that you will support, and you're researching and you're testing the outcomes. That is a very high benchmark for us to be able to follow. So thank you for finishing the day so well. And can we give you a round of applause? Okay.
I'm going to wrap things
up.
up.
Thank you. That's it. That's it. Thank you.
Just want to thank Ian for being the inspiration for today. It's great to have hosted today. Really want to thank the media team. You guys have been amazing.
They were amazing.
Very proud of what you've done today in terms of putting it together. And we look forward to the videos to follow. In their absence, thank the catering team and all the home team here who've made it possible. But above all, thank you for coming and being part of the conversation.
I think we should thank Nick Dennis for putting up with me as well, and working trying to make this thing work when we're in different countries, and he's going to bed and I'm getting up, or vice versa. Yeah. You know, it's been a challenge, but
I would say if anyone's done the deputy job, you know what it's like, and you just accept it. So.
I never was a deputy. Somehow never managed to do that. Anyway, look, thank you for coming, and the conversation will continue, and it's been great to connect with you, and for many of you, this is my goodbye to you as well, because I'm leaving at the end of term, but thank you for coming today, and safe journeys home, and have a great weekend.
Thank you so much.